supremacy all over this shit. There it is, in a nutshell. So you're not going to get help from any of these folks. So if we can't depend on the federal government for help, there's no need for us to sit there and beg them. Because as we have seen in previous cases where we went to them, they have not prosecuted these folks. Now, they did step in on some cases. I think they, and correct me if I'm wrong, Black Majority, I think the Ahmaud Arbery case, they got involved in that case. But there's, for some reason, a lot of these cases they don't get involved in. I'm not understanding that. But this case with the 5 Black officers is kind of interesting that they want to get involved with this case. So, like you, Black Majority, I think it's got something to do with the Black officers, 5 Black officers involved. And I think that's why they're getting involved. Now, they don't seem to get involved with these white police officers that's doing all the stuff that they're doing, because the majority of the incidents that's happening across the country involves caucasoids. See, it's not Black officers that's really doing a lot of damage out here. It's the caucasoids that's doing the damage. But why is it that the FBI and all the different law enforcement across the nation are not getting involved in those cases? See? So it's just something that we all need to really think about. But like Black Majority said, the federal government is not going to be there for us. Look at the history. The COINTEL will tell you that they had federal government and the local government, state government, city governments all involved in trying to take out our Black leaders. So Black family, you can only depend on us. You can only depend on us. It's only us. That's it. That's all you can do. Black American family, we got to bring the unity here. The unity and the law enforcement is us, of our own community. That's us. We got to protect it.
Come on, work with me, bro.
Hey, Professor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, Professor. Yeah, I think Black America's reliance on the federal government started, back during the Civil War days, right? You know, when Black America saw that that the federal government ended slavery, Black Americans think the federal government can do anything. But the most important thing that Black Americans have to look at is during the Civil War, the federal government has special powers, or they gave themselves special powers.
That's true.
The Confederate States, they actually left the Union. Therefore, the federal government almost had like martial law type of special powers, to do things. And when the 13th and 14th and the 15th Amendment were ratified, actually those Confederate states, they weren't even a part of the ratification of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Those amendments were ratified with the I can't remember what number of states, but it had the southern states did not ratify the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment until after they wanted to get back into the Union. Matter of fact, that was part of the
requirements
of their qualification to become, be back in the Union, that they had to ratify the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment to become a state again, or to be let back into the Union.
Now, in what you just said, there's some truth in that. That's not quite what pushed Black America towards federal government, because guess what? The federal government was still not protecting us after the Civil War. We was being overwhelmed with the Ku Klux Klan and other just individual white people that was coming and taking shit from us or burning our houses or doing whatever. So we still were not protected by the federal government even back then. See, remember, we were supposed to have gotten 40 acres and a mule, and look what happened. The federal government took that from us. See, because they gave it to the Southern no good ass white people. Okay, so even then, Black America was not quite on the federal tip yet. It was back when they signed that Civil Rights Bill of 1964, when Black America said, okay, maybe the federal government is on our side. And ever since then, Black America has been saying, okay, let's call on the federal government because they gave us the civil rights, they gave us the voting rights. Let's call on them for protections. Not thinking about the fact that the federal government was the ones doing the COINTEL to kill our leaders. See? Black American family, I want you to understand.
Crazy.
That it took Black America a while to get on the federal government tip.
Crazy, bro.
Because what Brother Black America has said now, he's right. I mean, we went through all of that with the 13, 14, 15 state ratifications. He is so right about that. But Black America still was not convinced overall as a people that the federal government was on our side. Because remember, the federal government took from us. But when we became convinced of it, is when we had Lyndon Johnson signing that Civil Rights Act. That's when we said, okay, now we might have something here. And ever since then, we've been calling on the federal government to get involved in investigations where we see where there's been some harm done to us. I want y'all to think about something that happened here in Alabama in 1985 to Brother Michael Donaldson. If you don't know the story, I want you to go look it up. 1985, this brother Michael Donaldson was hung in Mobile, Alabama. His mother, of course, never got the chance to see justice. She passed away, y'all, before she could see justice. Morris Dees of the Southern Poverty Law Center took up the case to sue the Ku Klux Klan for that hanging, for that lynching. That was 1985, y'all. That case took a long time to take place, too. So I'm just telling you, when it has come down to us, we never had anybody on our side, period. And true enough, even in the 60s, when some of these FBI agents were being dispatched out to Mississippi to find, James Chaney, and the missing young men in Mississippi, y'all do know that had nothing to do with the black young man. That was more to do with the Jews that were with the young black man. See, that had nothing to do with the young black man that was missing. That was because of the young Jewish white boys that was missing. That's why Hoover dispatched his agents down there for that. So that was not for our protection. Once again, Black America got fooled on that too. Because that was not for our protection. Hoover didn't give a shit about Black America's well-being, us getting civil rights, us getting protections, because he was a bigot his damn self, okay? And he was doing all he could to make sure that he killed and hurt our black leaders. So he didn't give a shit about our rights and anything else. But with the signing of the 1964 voting rights, the Civil Rights Bill, the passage of the Civil Rights Bill, that's what took Black America to a new place for us to say, well, yeah, maybe the federal government is who we need to depend on, because we can't depend on the states. So
And also the Voting Rights Act of 1965 as well.
Yes, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, that's where it turned around for Black America, for us to depend on federal government. That was actually, y'all, if you just want to know the truth, that was done because Lyndon Johnson was trying to find a way to make sure he protected his legacy, okay? Yeah, I mean, come on, man. White people do shit for a reason, man. They don't do this shit because of us. They ain't do it because they didn't do it because they wanted to really help us. They did it because they were trying to find a way to protect the legacy or whatever. Or they were getting something out of it. See what I'm saying? They're not doing it to help Black America, the humanity of it all. Okay? So, with that being said, just understand, like Black Majority said, the federal government is not who you can call on. You just need to don't even worry about it. They're not going to be there. I'm going to lay my plane there.
Okay, thank you so much. I think Coops T and then Black Native.
Actually, family, I think Black Native raised their hand before I did. He wants to go.
Okay, you got it.
Let me clear my throat. Okay. Thank you, Black Majority, for holding this space. Peace and reparations to the room. Yeah, what Professor said, we can look to the federal government for help or assistance. Henry Clark said we have no friends, we only have ourselves. I was just looking up some different court cases while you were having a discussion as far as what the federal government has done for Black people. I was looking up Dred Scott, and I was just reading that case where it says that Black people were not considered citizens of the United States. And also when you spoke about the voting rights, which got passed in 1865, but it actually went into effect in 1965, but it actually was brought up in 1870, so it almost took 100 years for it to get passed. So that should tell you something. Our president, Joe Biden, as soon as he got into office, I think it was the next day or the same day, we all know he signed an executive order for hate crimes against Asians, but it was under the guise of COVID, some type of COVID bill. But when you read into the bill, it was very specific. It spoke about Asian, South Island Pacificers, and it had the names of the Asian women that were murdered by a white man in a massage, and I think it was a massage parlor somewhere in Georgia. At the same time, they were claiming that we were out here attacking Asians. You know, that was all a money grab. So they immediately got a hate crime bill for them, even though they're saying it's not for them. We know it is. We're still waiting for a hate crime bill. I think they just passed the anti-lynching law. I think they just did that. Was that last year sometime? But George Floyd, that still hasn't passed. So at this point, we pay taxes. You know, we do everything we're supposed to do as citizens of this country, and we still can't seem to get any kind of federal laws to work with us. And like Brother Professor said, you know, the FBI with J. Edgar Hoover, which was created in the early 30s to spy on what's the black Pan-Africanist from Jamaica that came here, Marcus Garvey. That's how J. Edgar Hoover got his start. He was spying on Marcus Garvey, and that's how they formed the FBI, literally back then. So, you know, we have to truly come to an understanding. We want the government to help We want them to assist us because, like I said, we are citizens. We pay our taxes. They owe us, reparations. They've harmed Black Americans more than any other people in this country. But, unfortunately, it might not happen the way we want it to happen. So we definitely have to either dismantle the system or try to create our own system within the system. And, that's something that we might have to look into. We have to create a whole different party if we can't dismantle it. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'll go ahead and land.
Thank you. I want to go back to what Black American Homeland said about the Civil War. And in some of my research, I came across places where our people, they were headed towards DC in very large numbers. It kind of became an issue because they didn't have the housing, et cetera, to house so many new people. But they had started calling the president Father Abraham, which is what the biblical person was called, Father Abraham. So, that there was this belief within our population that there was some sort of spiritual powers that this president had, and that's why we have this large population in DC still to this day, even though it's been reduced by some percentages. It does harken back to the Civil War and the fact that we did migrate there in very large numbers and then essentially settled around the capital. You got it, Miss Coops T.
Hey, Black, you breaking up just a little bit.
Okay. Let me do this thing. Okay, I'll go in and out. You got it, Miss Coops.
Hey, Black, we can't hear you, man. I think you're in the Matrix.
Yeah, he's gonna go out and come back.
Actually, I'm surprised to see Gray on here. I thought he was up on Spaces almost half the night last night. Oh, well, he's dedicated. My question actually is for the both of you. Well, just to the topic of the room first. Yes, we know the federal government isn't coming to save us. So the next question is, what are we going to do to save ourselves? And I have kind of a strategy question that I was hoping the both of you could answer because I'm very much invested in the Black majority states, Black states of America, and the Great Reverse Migration. And my question on a state level, we have a situation in Mississippi where they are electing their governor this year, 2023, which is an off year for elections, but they're one of a few states, I think 3, that are electing governors this coming fall. And I was just reading about Brandon Presley running as a Democrat, and Presley, Elvis Presley's cousin, who was saying that the polls are showing him within 4 points of the incumbent.
Interesting.
Even though he hadn't even filed his official paperwork yet, he was already ranked that high. There is, I believe, a Black man who has his hat in the race, but he's run a number of times and never has gotten more than 1 or 2 points in any given year. So he's not really, I guess, a contender. So my question, strategy, is it better in these, I'm going to speak specifically on Mississippi, would the first step be better to turn it from red to blue and getting a Democrat in, and then our trying to get, you know, a black governor in from there, or what? Because there doesn't seem to be any black contenders for a lot of the you know, I mean, it's just Republican. It's a Republican-run state, but being that it's the blackest state in the union, and we're not very far from having a majority, would it be better for us maybe to try to at least get a Democrat in and try to change some of, you know, what's going on? Because my understanding is, you know, this Presley person is, you know, he's for Medicaid and, you know, expanding Medicaid and all those issues that Mississippi deals with, which is just horrendous for the people. And I guess, you know, he is trying to garner the black vote. He spent Martin Luther King Day traveling the state at different, you know, all symbolism. I get it. But I'm just wondering from a strategy perspective, is it better to get a Democrat in and just get the Republicans out the paint, and then we work on trying to get a black majority from there? Or what do y'all think? That's my question. I'll land there.
Yeah, that's a good question. This is what I fear. Okay, one thing I like about Mississippi is that it's a very conservative state. Black Americans are really are socially conservative people, right? Now, it reminds me of Georgia when Stacey Abrams ran for governor, right? Let's say a liberal black person a very liberal black person ran for governor of Mississippi, and that person wins, right? Now that person is going to be under the authority or the influence of the very liberal white-led Democrat Party, and then that can lead to that black governor passing liberal laws that would let anybody into the state of Mississippi. Like, let's say, you know, if once the Asians and Mexicans and other people find out that, hey, you know, Mississippi has changed, it's not a racist state, then you're gonna have, you know, Arabs, you're gonna have white people coming to the state of Mississippi, and then that can hurt the black that can hurt a supermajority black state. I just don't want Mississippi to become a liberal state, so it can, you know, bring in all these different people.
I agree. I think they're a little ways off from that. And right. For those of us who have a 2030 plan, which is 7 years from now, you know, the great reverse migration before the next census, you know, hopefully, well, we're going to turn it around as far as being on code blacks, but we have to get down there first. I'm just looking at the immediate, because I'm conservative in a lot of ways too. You're right. I don't want them just saying open the borders, you know, this, that, and the other. This guy, Presley, is still going to have to contend with all the other Republican factions that would be below him. But at least it changes the state. He's not saying he's full Democrat, like just full on left, you know, all the way. He may be just running under that ticket to get his foot in the door. I don't know anything about him. But the black people who are there seem to, of course, support him more than Tate. And if he's only 4 percentage points off, this early in the game, and it is still early. I'm just wondering if we got behind him or started pushing or opening up conversations and, maybe even demanding some, black, that he has some policies. But this whole thing with Mississippi not even accepting federal money, and this is why I was trying to tie it into your topic, this governor that's in there now, where he's just turned away billions of dollars in aid, like we got to get him out, and anybody that's, and he's ready. I think he's the only Republican running there, Tate Reeves right now. Well, no, there may be some more, but I don't know how viable they are. But, like if a Democratic governor gets in and they at least start pulling in some of that money to get to the people, including the water crisis in Jackson, even though he's not a black candidate, even though he's not, a candidate that we would want, or one of our own, I should say. Maybe I'm just wondering if in the short term, like the next 2 years, if that's better than nothing. I guess that, and should we start pushing for him because at least he's better, he's the lesser of the two evils, I guess is my question. Because if that's the case, we need to get on it because the primary's in August, which is in 8 months. That's why I'm asking.
Right. Look, I need to do my research on this person. But yeah, turn this Mississippi from red to blue and then ultimately turn to black. Yeah, that's my plan. That's my main goal. Now look, Mississippi had Democrat governors before, and you would notice those Democrat governors, right? Democrat governor were even more what's that word?
Racist.
They were almost just as racist as the white Republican. Look, I don't know anything about this Presley person. I need to do my research on this person, but usually a white Democrat governor will have some white Democrat voters, but that state is definitely dependent on black Democrat voters. So I need to do my research on this person. But I do agree with you. Yeah.
No, I agree with you that that's a good strategy to turn it blue and then black. But it's Brandon Presley. Apparently he's Elvis Presley's cousin. But if you follow him on Twitter, and I kind of looked at, I didn't go to his own election website. I did go to Ballotpedia, but he's looking like the best one. I don't know much about him. I mean, he doesn't mind taking pictures all on MLK Day and, in the different places and, all that stuff they do. I mean, we can't be fooled by that. My whole thing is they need to get some money released to the people. I guess that's my first thinking. Then we can go in and, do what we need to do, but get the money to the folk.
Right. This is what I noticed about these people that run for president or governor of a state, right? To get the votes, right, you have to what's that word? You have to reach the black voters, because the black voters, I think, are 38% of the voters within the state of Mississippi. Mm-hmm. So you win that black vote, but once you become the governor of that state of Mississippi, now to keep power, now you have to lean over to the more conservative Republican white voters. So you use the black voters to get in office, but to stay in power, you have to lean to the more conservative Republican side of the aisle. That seemed to be a strategy for people like Bill Clinton. He started off as a very liberal person, but as he went on, you know, the crime bill in I forget what year that was, 93, 94. He signed 94. That. 94. Trying to get rid of welfare for Black women. He started off liberal, but he became more and more conservative. And I think that's the reason why he won his second term, because he became more conservative.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we're going to be fooled by that now, because we've been burned so many times. I'm just concerned about the Black Mississippi voters who have gotten so apathetic with the Republicans that they don't even come out to vote. You know what I mean? So if you're going to get, of course you have the Democrats that are just, we can't really do anything with them. They're just towing that Democratic line. But, and I agree with what you're saying. Now, this guy was mayor, of a city for some years, and then a number of years on some other state level office, a commissioner or something like that he was head of.
Oh, we're talking about the same Presley?
Yeah, we're still talking about Presley, Brandon Presley. So now he's trying to get Tate Reeves out, and that's why he's got such popularity, is because he's known in Mississippi.
Okay.
Politics.
Oh, good. So he has a track record. Okay. Let me, then I definitely have to do my research on that person. The fact that he had a elected position before. So,
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I say, he wouldn't be our number one choice.
Right.
Being white, Democrat or Republican. But if we're looking long-term strategy, I'm thinking he may be the stepping stone, while, those of us who are going to migrate, and as we get, things together, he could be the stepping stone for the next, I don't know, I guess they re-elect every 2 years. Then, maybe by that time we'll have our candidate in place. But if nothing else, is better than getting the one that's in there out. That's my only.
Right.
And if we need to start pushing his name, then, we may need to do that. That was my question. I'll end there.
Let me jump in there for a second, sister. I'm sorry, Black America. I just want to say something about the whole white candidate thing, right? Maybe he is a star. Maybe he'd be great. I don't know. I'm very, what's the word I'm looking for here? I'm very reluctant when it comes to these white people speaking on issues that we got in regards to us as Black Americans. I'm telling you this, sister, because if you get a moment, go back to the 1967 interview, I think it's the last interview that he gave Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., where he spoke on the issue of white America. Can they possibly be changed, right? And I think he said in that interview that I never thought I could ever say this, because, Dr. Martin Luther King felt like white people could possibly get through their racism, right? In that interview, he said, I hate to admit it, but I think white people are racist. All of them are racist, consciously or unconsciously. I hate to say this, but the person you're talking about, I just don't think it's going to be a benefit to us.
Self-preservation.
And I'm just being honest. White America, any white American person is not going to be to speak on our issues or run on anything related to us. Consciously or unconsciously, they're going to be racist against us. I land my plane there.
No, I fully agree.
Let me jump in.
My thing wasn't even so much him speaking on our issues. I guess my first thought was
I got some
money
for you.
Got some info that would benefit all of the state. Therefore, it would also benefit our people. That was my only thing with him. There's nothing else that I think he says or I would even look to him to say or do as far as policy or otherwise for us. But, you know, if he's a Democratic governor under a Democratic president, then I would think that he would, on a fiscal level,
they got 2/3.
You see what I'm saying? So not specifically for Black people, but just get the money out so that we also can benefit. That's the only difference I see between him and the other guy. And because the other guy is already saying he doesn't care how much money the federal government throws at the state. He's not, he doesn't want it. He's rejecting it. And so then, you know, the residents are suffering. That's my only thing with this guy. I have nothing else that I would look to him for, actually, other than buying us time until we can get more of a Black majority. That's the only thing.
I got you, sister, and what you're saying is true. This could maybe buy us some time that the guy could get the money released. But I'm so reluctant when it comes to these folks because, you know, as Brother Black American State said, with Clinton, you know, I'm going to go back to him. I remember when Clinton made an apology for slavery. But then he was asked, y'all, and I don't know if any of y'all remembered it, but I know I remember it. It stuck in my mind. It still sticks in my mind to this day, to this very day.
To this day. To this day.
He apologized for slavery.
To this day.
But when he was asked about reparations, what did he say? No, I don't think there's no need for the reparations because it's been so long ago. It might be just too far gone of an issue at this time with the amount of time that has passed.
Screwed.
Now, what I'm saying to y'all, that's not the exact quote, but that's the summarization
right.
of what he said.
No doubt. That's what they
In other words, he basically said no, okay? Which is what we get from the typical white people. When you ask them about reparations, what do they say? No.
That's what they say. Typical.
So I want y'all to understand what we're dealing with when we come to these caucuses.
What they say. No question.
Okay. Now, there's another candidate that's out here supposedly running for reparation by the name of Gabe. You know, you probably have heard all about it up in some of these spaces all over Twitter here lately. Interesting that people are stumping for Gabe to be a guy speaking for us. Not a good idea, in my opinion. I just don't think a white person can speak on the issues related to us. Because white America is consciously or unconsciously racist against us.
Self-preservation.
They might sit there and tell you, yeah, we'll do something for you.
Gotta understand self-preservation.
But as we have known with white America, they are very deceptive. That's right. Deceptive. Y'all, my mother talked to me about this when I was a little boy. My mother was somewhat of a Black Panther, y'all. Now, when I say Black Panther, she was not a Black Panther, but she was a Black Panther. Do you get where I'm coming from here?
Supporter.
In other words, she knew white people were dangerous, deceptive. And she was trying to let me know that I need to be on alert. But of course, as young Black people, as we growing up with these folks, we don't see it yet, right? But as we get older, we see that deception, right? They'll throw the smile in your face and they act like they love you and they hey, Tyrone, yeah, buddy, how you doing? That's right. I'm here for you. Goddamn lie. He ain't here for you. Okay? He's setting you up for a fall. He's setting you up for a fall. That's what my mother was teaching me at a young age. And I didn't hear that first, you know, because when I was in school, like most of us, I was in school, I had so-called white friends. But then, if you notice, your white friends kind of separated from you. See, this is what I want you to understand, Black America. You've been deceived. You've been bamboozled. Damn, Brother Malcolm told you all this, and you still want to cater to these damn folks. Okay? My mother was a Malcolm X, y'all. That's what she was on. That's the time that she was on. I have told y'all a story in some of these spaces about what my mother did when I was a little boy. I was 6 years old. We was at this store called Big Bear. And we came out that store with our groceries, put the groceries in the car. My mom, of course, you know, got on the driver's side. And, of course, I was on the passenger side. And there was a car parked next to us, to our car. Little white boy sitting over there on the passenger side of that car. That little white boy looked over at my mom and shot her a middle finger. Wow. Now, my mom, like I said, y'all, she's a Black Panther. She don't give a fuck about white people. She didn't give a fuck about white people, right? My mom used to keep the 357 Magnum right there in her console. Man, she opened the console up. And she pulled that bad boy out. And she rolled the window down. That's right. She rolled it down and put the damn thing out. Wow. I guess the little white boy understood what that shit meant, because that motherfucker started crying. I mean, he was bawling crying. And my mother said, see, son, this is what I'm talking about. These motherfuckers disrespecting us, and we got to let them know they can't do it. See, if Black America had been on that time all throughout the years, we wouldn't be going through the shit that we're going through right now, y'all. If they had been on the time that my mother was on, we would be right now in a better goddamn situation. Because my mother said back then that Black folks had let the damn guards down because we was too busy trying to be friends and cater to damn white folks. And it has cost us. It has fucking cost us.
No question.
So forget these damn white candidates that's coming up here talking about they down with our causes or whatever they trying to do. They not down with our damn causes. No, they're not. So with that being said, everybody, I'm going to lay my plane there. But I want y'all to understand, we got to start doing this catering to goddamn white people, thinking that these folks are our friends, thinking that these folks give a damn about our issues. Because I'm pretty sure in 2016, when President Obama was elected as the president of the United States of America, how many of them damn white folks got up on them damn social media sites complaining and griping and talking about they're going to leave America because a damn Negro became the first Black president of the United States of America.
African. He's not a Negro. He's
now,
an
did
African.
y'all not pay attention to that shit? Your so-called Caucasoid friends. The ones that you go get coffee with and shit. They say they didn't want to be in the country anymore because a Black person was elected.
See you, bye.
Did y'all not pay attention to all that shit? All right, family, pay attention to the signs of what these white folks are showing you, the actions. Not what they're telling you, their actions. Their actions, Black people. Actions. That's what my mother was on. She said, watch what they show you in action. I lay my plane there.
Okay.
Hey, you know what? What I learned is, I try to me, it's way beyond racism, right? To me, it's about power and money. They want to control, or they want to make sure they have all the power and money in their hands. They want to control all power and money. So that's the way I look at it. I look at it as power and money, and I really don't care about racism. It's all about power and money. power and money. That's the main thing I have on my mind.
Okay.
I agree with that if I can interject.
Yeah, Devon, and then Black Native after.
Right. I mean, not to make it a religious conversation, but I mean, the Bible does clearly say that the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil. Racism is more so a byproduct of that greed. Racism is used to take the political power and to take the wealth and to give it only to a certain demographic of the population. So the real problem is greed, and racism is just a byproduct of the greed. So if we never deal with the issue of greed, then we're just gonna, it'll just be a different variation of the same problem, which is kind of where we are right now, where we've made these little baby steps. I mean, here I am 43 years old, and I don't really see what's been accomplished in my lifetime. I mean, all of the civil rights movement and all of that stuff happened, just before I got here. But I was raised in an era where, I guess, in the 80s, where my parents didn't want me to know about the things that had happened to them with segregation. So they thought, I guess, if they kept us positive minded, that we would go further in life. But I think that was definitely the wrong approach that our communities and our churches, specifically our churches, because I mean, it's like we go to church and we say, I'm blessed and highly favored and all of this stuff, while our children are laying dead in the streets. I mean, how long can we continue to hold up this pretense of everything is good? And it's not. It's like we're lying to ourselves, and we just hold on to that. If nothing else pans out for us politically or personally or community-wise, we're going to just hold on to this this false narrative that we got through slavery in terms of religion. Now, I do believe in God, but our approach to him is through a lens of what will keep us controlled and submissive to the white man. So until we deal with that, then we're going to continue to have these problems where we're playing into the hands of the enemies, because we can't even call our enemy the enemy, because we're taught to forgive our enemy and turn the other cheek. Like that's some form of Christian maturity, and it's really just making us. I think in the last, I came in at the tail end of it. They were having something about, I guess, individualism and communities. It takes good, strong communities to make strong individuals. And in my lifetime, I've only seen a bunch of, individuals who are strong lift themselves up out of shattered communities, but you can only be so strong for so long until you collapse. And then whatever you achieve goes right back out of the Black community and goes back into the hands of the white man in terms of wealth. So, I mean, if we're not building up strong communities, then all of our strong individuals at some point are going to falter. And y'all say that's when you're landing your plane. So yeah, my landing gear is out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's no question. Developing community is important. But we're in a situation where we have to be able to do multiple things at the same time. And so as we move to concentrate our population, I see Miss Coops back in the room. So I'm going to send you some stuff on social, Miss Coops. But as we move our population in order to gain political authority over state governments, which is where the power is, we've got to be able to do reparations. We got to be able to build communities. We got to be able to deal with our mental health, our physical health, our education, or careers, etc. We gotta be able to be multitasking and multifunctional at the same time. So thank you for that. Black Native, you got it. Let me before you go, I want to go back to the Voting Rights Act. So we know that the way they got the Voting Rights Act pushed through, and the civil rights, more importantly, was that they attached white women to it, and they put white women in front of us in order to get that legislation through. Most of us may not be aware that the Democrats created a filibuster, and the Democrats were the ones who were against us even getting that civil rights legislation passed through. So when we think about that being the time period where Black America said, okay, now we're going to marry ourselves to the federal government, if we didn't understand that the people who we were voting for in large numbers were the people who were actually against us in the federal government at the same time, that was a major failure of understanding how the system works and who are the operatives within the system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So just want to understand people to understand that, because I just reposted a video. No, I take it back. It wasn't a video. It was an article where this white woman who was a woman's rights advocate for white women, a white feminist, essentially was saying the reason that she advocated to Congress during that exact time is that she did not want Black women to have more rights than white women had. That was kind of the point. They recognized that the federal government was about to elevate Black women over and above white women in the society. And when they made that pitch, it became very clear that they had to put white women above us in order to get that through. So just wanted everybody to understand the mechanisms of the monopoly of having this two-party system and how they always work together to ensure that we stay at the bottom. Black Native.
Hold on, Black Native, before you go,
yeah, hold on, I'm about to speak. No, let me speak. I waited. When you said that the Democratic Party was going to put Black women above white women, I don't think so. I doubt that very seriously. They've always put their woman above any other woman on this planet. That's their counterpart. So I doubt very seriously that they would put Black women above white women in any system that they control. I was going to speak on Bernie Sanders, who's a socialist. I remember him having an interview with the Breakfast Club, and I think Charlemagne brought up reparations. Now, keep in mind, he's Jewish, and he's a socialist for the Democratic Party. Well, he's a Democrat, but he's also running as a socialist. And I think Killer Mike, was basically backing him for a very long time. And when the question arose about reparations for Black Americans, we already know what his answer was. Same thing like Bill Clinton. No, I don't believe that, reparations is a good idea, or, for Black Americans. Meanwhile, his people receive a reparations check every year in the amount, I think, of $35 million every year, might be more, since World War II. Actually, no, since Hitler and all of that stuff. So, that's the hypocrisy of whiteness. I believe that whiteness is used as a commodity, also along with power and economics, but whiteness is first. That's why they allow other immigrants and all of them who are white passing, even if they're not white passing. Some of the Arabs come over here and identify as white. As long as they sign up for white supremacy and agree to the terms of white supremacy, they'll be fine in this country. They're happy with the scraps off a master's table. And as long as they also practice anti-Blackness, that was how they did when all the immigrants, the Italians, back when they were all, coming to Ellis Island in the early 1900s, they weren't calling themselves white. They were calling themselves what countries they came from. But they knew in order to succeed in this here United States, they had to sign up for whiteness and give up all their other traditions, Well, they really didn't give it up, but just to be called white, because they knew it came with privileges. So I'm not going to not act like white supremacy is not a factor in this country. Power and economics goes along with white supremacy. They go hand in hand with each other. That's why we've been left out of this system, and that's why they continue to practice anti-blackness to this day. So I'm not going to play games like that. Either we're going, if you want a black majority state, we have to do away with the Democrat and Republican and create our own. If we're not willing to do that, we're going to be having the same conversation probably another 20 or 30 years, and by that time, our wealth will be at zero. We'll be considered fourth-class citizens in this country. So it is what it is. Either we're going to get it together and stop, like the brother said. I was in that room when they were speaking about individualism. It's no I in team. It's no I in us. So we have to do, if we're willing to, at this point, we see that, hey, we didn't know actually how the political party worked when we were getting, and they were saying, okay, Negroes, we're going to give you a right to vote. We was just so happy to vote. We didn't know what came along with it. We didn't know maybe we have to have money and backing our candidates, like lobbyists. We didn't know all these things, but now we're learning because we're having these rooms and we're having serious discussions about politics. And so hopefully in another maybe 10 years, we'll be able to put up our own candidates and be able to have some real power in this country. And if not, we're going to be having the same conversation 20 or 30 years down the line. And I pray that's not what happens. I'm going to go ahead and land my plane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if someone else was up next to go. We got this, Brother Hayes.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. And you know what the lady, Black Native, said. See, there's a new front about that whiteness, and the population who they're about to get a lot more of that. And guess where it's coming from? Anyone know? I mean, I guess you can't all speak at once, but south of the border. If you want to see some people who try to be white, oh man, people coming from south of the border. So there's another front right there. And you know, that's interesting how she touched on that, because man, if you want to see some of the largest imitators of wannabe whites, you go to Latin America, and oh man, there's a reason why Nazis and Confederates went down there, you know, because they praise them down there. So it's really interesting, and you know, so you have this huge population coming up here, and really, even the Democrats, they're now, you know, carrying more towards that Latin crowd, because I mean that's a growing population than what we have going here. So, like we said, you know, or like this title of this room is federal government is not coming to save us, especially now since, you know, from a population standpoint, they got Latin America that, hey, we'll give you citizenship, you know, and that's that, and they're good. They don't need no reparation check. They don't need nothing. So, unfortunately, our only federal government is not coming to save us, and our only opportunity is economically. Unless through the courts or some way we get lucky. Honestly, it's going to be a long shot to get anything from them. I mean, because I made a comment earlier when I heard about this. You know, look what's happening with that $6 billion for those farmers. They can barely even get moved. They're getting sued the hell by GOP. And correction, when the Democrat, Republican, even Ronald Reagan, who most Republicans praise, he says himself he wasn't a Republican back then. So, you know, when you use Democrats and talk about Democrats, Republicans, again, make sure you use the right context. But honestly, our only way, either we get another state and we all go some other place in this area, or in another continent or whatever. But as far as what we can do right now, our best shot, like some of the other groups, is economically. And that's why I came to the conclusion is only shot is through economics. So how do we make that work? Either, you know, we have brilliant brains in entertainment and athletics, and, you know, again, brilliant brains, innovative community that we are. I'm sure we can make the economics work for us. So that's
okay. Okay, all right. So let's move on here a little bit. I was actually trying to find that video of the woman from the 1960s who pretty much outlined the reason that she was advocating for her particular demographic. But yesterday we had a special space. And it was due to the fact that there's a gentleman who is a socialist. He comes in our spaces a lot, and after several months of that, I just wanted to have the chance to have a conversation with him, and we actually did. We had a 3-hour conversation about that particular topic, and it kind of went the way you expect it to go if you know who I'm talking about. I don't want to say anything negative about him, just the philosophy. He's a very intelligent black man. The philosophy is a little deceptive, because we've been using that term. It's just a little deceptive. So once we moved from that topic, we kind of got into our normal discussion. And then we had another gentleman who came into the room who's an anarchist. And there's all these different levels of what anarchy is. So you got to really look into it to understand what that even is. But I had like 3 days of a back and forth in messages and post and comment message, post comment message. And it became very clear to me that it's the same sort of confusing deception that I find in the socialist movement. It's the same circular conversation that never really develops a solution to very straightforward problems. It's just, and then it's always they reach back into the past. And so there's something, and I looked it up. It's called controlled opposition. Controlled opposition is like COINTELPRO. It is essentially agents of chaos who pretend to be on the same side as a movement. They insert themselves into a movement, and they essentially get people very comfortable and get people feeling like they're on the side of the movement. But if you really, really start asking questions, because you got to scrutinize information no matter how good it sounds, and really understand how it operates and how it works for our particular population in this country under this current system, then a lot of these things start to fall apart if you really listen to how they talk and how they try to always try to center the conversation on how horrible capitalism or how horrible America is. Now, we all understand that. I mean, that's just basic 101. You pretty much understand that, somewhere through middle school or even elementary school in this country. But it's that with tearing down systems, okay? And while that sounds really, 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 really good, let's tear down the systems. That sounds really, 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 really good. If you tear down the entire system in the United States of America, it's probably going to require some level of warfare, equivalent to the Civil War, which means that it's nearly next to impossible for us to conduct that, because 40 million of us are not going to be involved in that. You'd be lucky if it's a couple thousand. All that aside, if you did start to tear down systems, they're going to have condescending domino effect, detrimental effects on our particular communities and populations. And the reason that you can verify that is if you look at the communities that did have major riots in the country after the death of Malcolm X, after the death of Martin Luther King Jr. If you look at those communities where we essentially, through, you know, emotion and anger, and it was righteous anger, we tore down parts of our own community because they made sure we stayed in our communities. And then those communities never really ever got rebuilt, especially in the North. I don't know how if there was even any rioting in the South. I'm not 100% sure about that, but I know in the North, the cities that experienced that were never really ever rebuilt to what they were previous to that type of action. And so as a part of the white supremacist model of divestment and the allowance of, you know, this type of public outrage. I mean, we know during the past few years, there was these Antifa white organizations that were trying to spark these riots, spark property damage within our communities. The Latin, I remember, I think that was either in the East Coast or somewhere in Chicago, but some Latin members of their community wouldn't allow the protesters, quote unquote, but really the marchers, to march through their part of town. And so what ends up happening is you create all this damage, and or outside forces create all this damage, and then they just never repair it. And so your community ends up suffering because of it. That is the logical result of some attempt to tear down systems. We talked about defunding the police yesterday, which sounds good. It sounds really, 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 really good in theory until you start asking people, how do you replace that? And then how do you actually interact with all of the systems that you still have to interact with after the police are gone, which is still the whole entire system, to be honest. And then all the functions that the police do that have nothing to do with crime, which are just basically public service services that they actually do for communities. They don't do them as much in our communities, to be quite clear. There is different degrees of what they do based on the racial makeup of a community. But if that was completely gone, you know, it could potentially be very detrimental. So I'm not one who wants to destroy the country, destroy the systems. The goal is to actually take over the systems, to effectively, politically, peacefully transfer of power from the current people who hold power over to our people, and sustain that power by sustaining our majority in the states in which we reside. The person who came up to speak, you know, was talking about the Mexican invasion, the South American invasion, whatever you want to call it. You know, they are already in position to do what we are talking about. And especially in California, especially in New Mexico, especially in Arizona, especially in Nevada, especially in Texas. And in Texas, they are not Democrats, they are Republicans. And it doesn't really matter, red or blue. It's the same thing. It really is the same thing. Back when I was a teenager and we first got our first taste of what gangs looked like, you know, before there were gangs, it was just like neighborhood beefs. And then, you know, the red bandana showed up, the blue bandana showed up, and we even had black bandanas. But they were still really based on the neighborhood. They were still.
Hey, Black, I think you're in the Matrix, brother.
Oh, man. Okay. Damn it. All right, I'm gonna drop out. God damn, bro. Twitter is fucking. Oh, Twitter sucks so bad. Why it's every weekend, and it's like every 30 minutes, I guess. It's just a weird ass thing, bro.
Just give me a few seconds. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
I want to know what you call Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
What did he say? Control opposition.
Absolutely.
Would you consider, because it kind of seems that way. It was
absolutely.
So they were saying one thing and pretending to be one thing, but they really had other motives to what they were doing. Just asking.
Yes, thank you for that very excellent example. It is one of the most recent and really, quite honestly, the perfect example of exactly what that term means. Controlled opposition is where you have these different groups with different interests that come into an organization, and people, the term co-opting, take over the organization, and everybody who was a founding member of that particular group or organization, whatever you want to call it, they all later were either pushed out and or started complaining about the way that it was changing. And then the other big thing that they do is they flood it with funds, so the white power structure especially will look at a movement and try to create leaders within the movement, and they do that through funding. And then they bring in their strategist to make it seem like, hey, you got this really good thing going on here, we can help you out with this, we can get you this, we can do this, we can do all of these things for you. And at the same time, they are essentially setting up their own systems of control with your face, on their, it literally becomes their organization. So yeah, that's a really good lesson of what not to do. That's why I'll be very honest. I was really anti 501c3 for that particular purpose, because they use those 501c3s for you to get corporate funds, corporate funding. There was a Black woman who had an organization. It's been a while since I posted about that, but she had this really beautiful organization, and they used Black faces to come in and take it over, but they did it through the funding, through corporate funding. And she was pushed out of her own organization. And that's what they do. They essentially come in, they say, look, we're going to put you on TV. We'll put you here, put you there. You have all these articles, blah, 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 blah. And then they essentially allowed the organization to have institutional problems. And then they started blaming her for all of the problems that the organization was having. And then the board just voted her out. And it's likely that they either continued it for their own purposes and or they just collapsed the organization, because that was the intent all along, was to essentially get that organization off the shelf, off the table. You know what I mean? So you got to be very careful. If you're having success and you start getting popular in the in the mainstream circuit, because that's essentially what they do. They put you on a mainstream circuit, and then you have all these different voices trying to tell you what to do, how to do. You got to look like this, you got to talk like this, etc., etc. And again, before you know it, it's no longer what it started out to be. The whole intention has changed. And then they start telling you, well, we got to get some LGBTQ XYZ people in here. We got to get representation in here from all these different groups. And then it's essentially over. So gotta be careful with that stuff.
That's the Black church too. Black majority. The Black churches are basically, all of them are 501(c)(3)s. So, and they're basically the mouthpieces for the Black community, or they used to be. They're losing power right now because people are seeing through the bullshit. But that's controlled opposition. These churches that's sitting up here, and all these pastors that's misdirecting and leading the people and not really trying to find a solution when they live in a community that's ravaged, but they're still collecting funds. But because they know that the government is actually, it's tax-free. So, yeah, the churches are a problem too. I just want to say that.
churches have been taken out years ago. That's not a new phenomenon there, Black Native. They was taken out years ago after the leaders were killed, particularly Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. After he was killed, that pretty much killed the churches. They no longer was a factor starting back then.
Are you serious? What's that big fat guy that got that mega church in Atlanta? That be sweating all the time.
TD Jakes.
Yeah, him.
TD Jakes.
Oh, that nigga ain't shit. That nigga ain't been doing. Look, TD Jakes is just somebody that be up there sweating on TV, and then he caters to the LGBTQ, and then
that's control opposition.
Yes, and he's collecting money like I don't know what, but he's not doing anything on the front of reparations. He's not doing anything really to help Black people get ahead. So he ain't shit. That's why I said the Black leaders like that, Black churches like that, mega churches like Creflo Dollar, TD Jakes. I was trying to think of some other ones. These folks are not doing anything on the front end to help the Black causes. They haven't been doing so since Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. Hell, Jesse Jackson was a joke. He ain't did shit since all that went down. He didn't give a shit. He sold out. All of them sold out. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was killed. All the pastors or the so-called leaders of these churches sold out. Hell, even that one, what's his name, that wears his head all slick back, Reverend Al Sharpton. All these folks have sold out. The church has been sold out. So they have not been a factor in the Black community in years. Once Dr. King was killed, that did that in. It's like we just didn't have anybody else that stepped up to the plate. And see, that's the thing about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X. These brothers was on some real shit. You know, they had firepower. They were all about being out on the front line, and they didn't mind putting themselves on the front line. See, they didn't mind that. But see, what do we have out here now? We got Black leaders and Black church folks that are selling us out for money. See? They're selling us out. They don't give a damn about what's going on within our community. So therefore, we got to raise up, or we got to find people that don't mind being on the front line. You're going to lose some things. When you get into this type of activism, you're going to take some losses, right? That's what Dr. King.
That's why I said they are control opposition. The Black churches, they still have power in the Black community, even though they might not be like Martin Luther King or Al Sharpton. He's like, I guess we would say, the closest thing. But we already know he'd been bought out years ago. But I'm saying that is control opposition. And they are 501(c)(3)s.
They are, but what I'm saying is they don't have any power in the community because the damn Black community don't follow them. The Black community has stepped away from the churches because they see that we have cowards that's in these churches. They don't give a shit about those churches. The Black, particularly Black men and some Black women, but particularly Black men have stepped away from the churches, y'all, because we seen what some of these leaders of the churches are doing out here. So we don't follow them. We see where they at. You know, they out here sleeping with women in their churches, and they're not about trying to get out there and be an activist within the community. They're not about trying to get in there and help with our mental health. Back then, y'all, my grandmother told me that churches were involved in everything. See, they was involved in our mental health. They was involved in feeding the community. They was involved in maybe even helping to raise the children in the community. They was involved in everything. But what do you see them out here doing now? Nothing. They taking money. That's it. They just taking money from the congregation. So, and a lot of Black people have stepped away from the churches, particularly Black men, but Black women are even stepping away too. Now, the younger generation of black women, let me just say it that way. The younger generation of black women have said, hell, these folks ain't doing shit for me, so let me step away from this. And the black men have said, well, they're not doing anything for me, so I'm stepping away from it. So yeah, Black Native, yeah, what you're saying is true, but they haven't been a factor with us for years now. They don't control anything in the community. And so we need another leader, somebody like another Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. or Malcolm X, Medgar Evers. We need somebody like that. Then you would bring the community back in, see. You know, but until then, the community like, shit, we don't have anybody like that. You know, Jesse Jackson is a coon. Al Sharpton is a coon. So there you go. Who do you trust? Who do you want to get behind? And so the churches, they just there collecting our money. And sadly, a lot of our people just continue to give money to these churches, making the pastors wealthy. I mean, TD Jakes, man.
Because that's the case. I just saw a picture with Biden. Look, if these black churches don't have influence over the black community anymore, somebody need to tell these politicians. Because the first place they go is to the black church. And we all know that.
I mean, okay, so the church does have a lot of influence. However, I guess what he's saying is the church doesn't have influence in the black community when it comes to like empowerment or building economic empowerment, building strong institutions, building strong political institutions. I think that's what he's talking about.
Right, activism. The church is no longer a part of the activism. Remember that back then, the church was part of activism within the community to take on boycotting, to take on issues of the black community actually being involved in trying to fight against racism. Now, is the church taking on those issues anymore? No, they're not. So I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that guy, that Reverend Warnock over there, that phony that's over there at Ebenezer, the church that belonged to one of our leaders. But I take that back. Not belonged to our leader, Dr. Martin Luther King, but he was a pastor.
Well, that's why I said control opposition.
Yes. Yeah. But see, that's the thing. Reverend Warnock is not doing anything for the community, is he? Is he doing anything for the community? Is he taking up activism at that church?
They got an apartment complex.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about, Black Native. What is he doing on the activist side of that?
I understand that, but that's the whole point. They're pretending like they're doing things. To the people in the church really probably believe these people are there for their benefit. They really believe this because that's why their churches are so large, and that's why our people continue to go every Sunday. If they might not have, they're not out there. We understand that, but the people in the church, they could be making promises. They had the damn doorknob fund and the light fixture fund going on, and shit still ain't the doorknob still hanging off. This is what we're saying as far as people pretending to be a certain way, but they really have other motives, and that's why you always have these politicians go first. The first place they hit are the black churches. Literally, we know that this is what they do because they still believe that the black church has influence over the black community, and we know they really don't. But I'm just saying, I'll land.
No, you what you're saying is true. They will go to the churches because they think somebody like a Reverend Warnock can still have some influence over people in the community. And unfortunately, you know who that is though? That's what I had mentioned earlier. The older
Black Americans.
Well,
Like
the
my
voting
aunt,
population.
I just use her for example. My aunt is 67. Now, you can talk to her about activism and reparations, right? She won't get involved in that. See, she'll just say, well, let's just pray about it, right? You know, you just got to pray about this stuff. And I spoke to her about it. By the way, y'all, my uncle, you know, I told y'all my uncle passed away here recently. And I've been in Kentucky. I just got back on Thursday. But I had to go up to Kentucky for the funeral. And while I was in the hotel with my aunt, I was talking to her about Black American issues, reparations being that issue. Of course, her and her husband, they talking about praying to God about this and that. And I was like, Lord, have mercy. But this is the older Black Americans, Black Native. That's who they pander to, right? They don't do that with us. See, the Generation X and the millennials and that whatever that group is under the millennials, I can't think of the name of them. They don't really do it to us because they know we have caught on to it. See, the politicians pander to the older Black Americans, the baby boomers, if you want to call them that. See, that's what they're trying to hit at. They're trying to hit at those folks because they know those folks going to continue to vote for people like Jim Clyburn, the coons that they keep throwing out there.
But the older Black Americans don't want to step down and allow the younger Black Americans to rule. That's why we still got Jim Clyburn.
Take the crown. You got to take the crown.
And probably majority of the Black caucus is down there in their 70s and 80s.
Got to take it.
Yes, absolutely. We got to get these folks out of the way. And as bad as it sounds, y'all, for us to say we need to move our people out of the way, we have to do that. We got to get these people like Jim Clyburns and that Maxine Waters over there in California. We got to get these folks out of here, man. They're not helping our cause at all. And see, that's been the problem here in Alabama. You know, people keep going to the polls and putting in the same old black faces that ain't doing shit for you or trying to fight for you. These black folks,
I wonder if people on this space are familiar with the Mormon Church. What I noticed about the Mormon Church is that they have very strong ties with the state of Utah. Matter of fact, I think the Mormon Church controls the state of Utah.
They do.
If you look at the governor, the senators, the congressmen, all their mayors, city councilmen, if you look at all their elected and appointed officials and judges, they are all Mormons.
Yes,
I mean, the Mormon and the state of Utah, those two organizations or entities are tied to the hip.
One and the same.
And I was hoping that I wanted to find some way how the Black church in a supermajority Black state, the Black church can have some kind of strong relationship with
the members,
a
not the
supermajority Black state.
The members, not the leadership.
Supermajority Black state give the Black church organization, you know, power or responsibility when it comes to when we privatize universities and colleges and private school, that the Black church is behind all that. You know, when we have hospitals, Black-owned hospitals, and different charity organizations, right? The Black church is behind that. You know, give the church responsibility within the supermajority Black state so they can have more influence on on the morale, the morals of the supermajority Black state. I mean, that's my idea. So,
Black. Who was up next, man? Because I see the hands. So let's see. Is it Devon or King Charles or T-Ray?
Yeah, let's go T-Way, Devon, and then King Charles.
Yeah, you
you guys are hitting all on all cylinders. Professor, I think I thought you finally came around a little bit. You're giving our people too much benefit. I think our black church has a lot of influence. Like, how the hell did Warnock barely beat that radio number 2 in Georgia? Like, how do you barely beat that man? You know, but you guys are absolutely right. How the older generation and a lot of black men and a lot of young black men are not attending black churches and everything like that. And black migration, black majority state migration. You made a great point. I think it was Bill Clinton. He changed how these churches were being funded. And like you bring up a very fast, interesting point. That's how these things are controlled opposition. And that's why we can never trust the church or any. It seems like anything not funded by us. Because as soon as they flood with money, that's when they get corrupted. Because we no longer control the purse.
Yeah.
Or I guess you stated it very eloquently, you know. But as far as I want to push back on that defund the police thing, I was always understanding defund the police was not defunding the police completely. But I think under Bill Clinton and under Reagan, our police got militarized. Right. They have no need for our police to be getting military grade.
Agreed.
Buying. I think I've seen somewhere our police department purchased a lot of military excess equipment. A lot of that stuff. You know, there's no need for them to have all these type of things. You know what I'm saying? So that was my understanding as far as, I know I'm kind of all over the place because I'm just listening to all you guys different talking points. But there's no need for our police stations to have drones and Humvees and armored tanks. They have all this stuff. They have all this stuff. So even if we did want to have a controlled, funded resistance, we wouldn't win unless we flipped a whole lot of cop stations because they're too heavily funded. But that's why they need to be defunded to that degree. They don't need to be having that much fucking firepower and everything. I know I'm hitting all over the place, but you guys hitting all on point. I can land it for now. But excellent space, guys. Excellent per usual.
And if I was the governor of a supermajority black state, I want my police department to have all those military equipment that you mentioned. I mean, you know, because in a supermajority black state, you know, we do have our, you know, we have our National Guards, we have our state defense forces and our state militias, but we also want our police departments to be armed as well. So, yeah, I land my plane there.
I don't know how we can trust our police department to make the right. Y'all seen how them 6 black cops killed that black man in a traffic stop? Like, how the 6 black cops go kill somebody in a traffic stop? Like, ain't nobody had cooler head prevail? Right. How we gonna trust? Because, you know, once they get that behind that thin blue line, I don't know. Some of them get lost. They get lost. Like how can nobody keep a cooler head in that situation? I don't know. I'm kind of...
Well, look, a super majority black state, we have a totally different agenda, a totally different goal.
Different culture. The culture's different.
You know, a super majority black police department, right? You know, they're you know, they have to, wherever the goals of a supermajority black state, right? The police department has to follow the wishes of a supermajority black state. So.
Well, can I ask you, aren't they supposed to be doing that now? Don't they have rules and regulations?
They are.
Well, I mean, we know they're not doing it, right? But we know they're not. But they have the rules and they have regulations that they're supposed to follow, and they're not following. Let me ask you this: in a majority black state, would we still use the same laws that white people use, or would we create our own laws?
Utah doesn't.
We create our own laws.
Yeah.
We create our own laws. We create our own laws. However, our laws do have to be in the content on the context of the U.S. Constitution.
Right.
You know, I don't know how to word it. Yeah, we can rewrite the state constitution, but our laws have to be in the framework of the overall U.S. Constitution. I mean, believe me. I mean, laws are laws. I can't see. Give me an example of a law that is totally against that discriminate against Black people. Let's give me an example, and then I can tell you how we can change that law, or how we can
redlining.
Well, see, that's a excellent look. Redlining. We won't have redlining in a supermajority Black state. If we do have redlining, it might be because look, we're gonna have Black people in different positions, in government position, in private, public corporation, private businesses, right? And now, if those people want to exercise redlining against other groups, that might happen. But I can't see a supermajority Black state having redlining laws against Black people. I mean, that's you know, you want to create a ecosystem, a positive ecosystem for Black Americans. You know, so, you know, I can't see redlining in a supermajority Black state. We can easily change those laws. You know, redlining, you mentioned redlining. You even got something about, what do they call when you change a district? What do they call it? I can't think of it right now.
Redistricting?
Oh, my gosh.
Zoning laws?
Gerrymandering.
Well, not the zoning laws.
Gerrymandering?
Yeah, gerrymandering, right? Okay, a supermajority Black state, let's say if we want to reduce power of white people or Hispanic people, we can gerrymander ourselves because look, we control the state, so we can use the gerrymandering type of policies to reduce the powers of other ethnic groups. I mean, cause look, believe me, they are using it in supermajority white states and majority white states, and I can see them using it in majority Hispanic states when the Mexicans take over Texas, California, Arizona, New Mexico. They're gonna have gerrymandering type policy within their state. I know it doesn't sound good, but the thing is, it's all about, taking care of our interests. I don't care about the other groups. It's about taking care of our own interests. That's all I have to say.
For Utah, I know a couple of Mormons, and there's different types of Mormons. They do whatever the hell they want in that state. They have multiple wives. Mm-hmm. They have their own dental system. They do whatever they want in Utah. Mm-hmm. I work with a lot of them boys.
Right. They do whatever they want. Right. They have their laws, right? Now, polygamy is illegal in the state of Utah. However, you do have people still practicing.
Well, it's been
that
it's no longer. It's technically not illegal.
That type of that culture.
but it's still illegal. But the thing is, because most of the people there, I think 75-80% of the population in Utah are Mormon, they can get away with it. But look, all the laws, when it comes to drinking, the state have very low crime rate. The Mormons, they have built a very strong state for themselves. So I think we can do the same thing. We can use the same tactics that they use to build a state, to build a great institution. We're gonna just use our culture and our goals to build a supermajority black state.
Let me say this, y'all, right quick, because I see we got Devon with his hands up. I spoke on the defund the police last night in Black Majority Space, and I stick to what I said, which is we don't need them. Now, do we need to find something else? Yes. But this current situation, y'all, with this blue line that we're seeing out here right now under the current system is bad. It's all around bad business for Black America. Think about what we keep seeing daily on our timelines with videos of Black Americans being beat or being shot. And you look at the videos and you say, well, what did the person really do to deserve this? And the conclusion is we see the videos, they didn't deserve it. But then we see videos of white men, or maybe even some white women, that have encounters with the police, and they come out of it alive. And yet they was abusing the police officers. Yeah. Might even have a gun or weapon up to the police officer to do something to them. And they still come out alive. See, Black America, you don't have to have a weapon in your hand or in your possession, and you'll end up dead. So here's what I'm telling you guys that's on this police tip, for some of you ones that might believe that we need to keep this in play. No, it's a disaster for us. It's a disaster because every time one is called, something gets escalated and somebody ends up dead. See, we got too many cases happening all across the country, y'all, that we trying to handle. Yeah. Do you understand where I'm coming from, y'all? This is why we don't. Professor, I understand that in a majority white state. I understand that. Well, how about in a supermajority black state where we 75-80% of the population of the state? We control the state. Most of the police department, we can control the police department. Most of the police officers are black. We control the court system. We make the laws. I mean, how about a situation like that? What do you think of defunding the police when we control everything within the state? In a situation like that, y'all, I wouldn't want to have it under a police system, is what I'm saying. I would want us to have some other means of making sure that people are safe. Now, one thing for sure, we're going to have our 2A. You know that. So you already know that's in play, right? Protect your own self, right? But yeah, we can have some kind of investigative agency that goes out and investigate crimes within the community or within the Black majority state. And that agency would be controlled by us.
It's called the
but
police.
We don't necessarily want it to have that same blue line system that was set up by these folks that we're currently in right now. Okay. We want to change all of that.
It's a cultural change.
I don't even know if we really want that whole
cultural change, structural change,
and prosecutor type thing.
It's required.
I don't think we want that.
It's a requirement.
See, this is Professor. Look, if we go,
it's required.
If we go too far, look. I've been to 30 countries, right? Every country has the same system as anywhere else in the world. Everybody has a court system. Everybody has a military. Everybody has the police department to
these are required systems that you cannot get rid of because the Constitution. They're gonna sue you. They're gonna sue you.
If you have a community where there is no authority within that community, it's going to be chaos in that community.
Absolute chaos.
It's chaos with it. It's chaos with it, man. You see what's going on out here. It's chaos with it.
But look, the chaos is within the Black community, because the white community, their goals and agenda is to destabilize the Black community, so they won't build any type of power or economic base. That's why they have that system in the Black community. Of course, look, the police department work well with the white community. However, when it comes to the Black community, their goals and agenda is to destabilize the Black community, and they doing a great job doing it.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is true. It's mainly, of course, in our communities where these issues are occurring, of course. I just don't want to take on the same type system that is being perpetrated in everybody else's system, okay? Judges are corrupt, and they're locking people up for money and resources, whatever the case may be. I'm just saying we need to revamp the system, is what I'm saying, Black America.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. We do need something in place to keep people in line. Not keep people in line, but to keep order. I just don't think we need to go and do what these white folks have done with this system. We need to do something different. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, let me jump in here. So there are structural requirements. We live in a federal system where they have a U.S. Constitution, and that Constitution is going to guarantee the citizens of every state certain rights. And right to a speedy trial is one of those rights. Guaranteed, if you have a community with no police, they're gonna be able to elicit a federal case, a civil case, if not an actual criminal case against the municipality, but definitely a civil case. So you're going to end up bankrupting these communities that are not going to be able to afford to pay out massive amounts of money because you're not providing protections, or you're not providing court systems, because all courts are not criminal, they're civil courts as well. And these are fundamental to the way the country is set up. You can change the culture, you can change the rules, the training, the standards, the oversight. You can conduct audits. You can do a lot of those things that are not currently done, but you're gonna need to keep those systems in place because you're gonna have liability if they don't exist. And that's just the nature of the beast. Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Hey, like, Professor, let's say you are a judge, right? We appointed or elected you as a judge, right? And I know you, right? Guess what? I feel like I have advantages in that court system because you are a judge in that court. I know you know my family. They say we went to school together. you did some law work for my business and all that stuff, right? You know, we have a rapport between us, right? And that relationship will go on as you are a judge in the court system. So that's what I'm looking for. Look, you know, with Black American controlling the court in a supermajority Black state, we're all going to have somebody that we know. So, you know, somebody's going to be a lawyer in the family. Someone's going to be a judge. Someone's going to be a prosecutor. No, we all going to have some type of advantages and connection in the court system. Right now, we don't have no connection in the court system. The court system, they can use their discretion to do anything to us. If we do any kind of small crime, right, they can put us in prison for 30 years. But look, in a supermajority Black state, if a Black youth commit a crime, that Black judge is not going to put that Black youth in prison for 20, 30 years. He's going to look at that kid as, you know what? That kid look just like my niece or my nephew or my brother when he was that age. He looked just like my cousin. Look, I have empathy. I have sympathy. I understand exactly what that young Black kid is going through. I'm going to give that kid another chance. So I might give him probation or maybe just give him 2 weeks in jail, something like that. I'm not going to give him 10, 5, 10, 15 years in prison. That's the difference between a majority white court system and a supermajority Black court system controlled by Black Americans.
That's right, and that's good. See, y'all, what I'm talking about is this current white system, and y'all know what I'm talking about. It's about money. See, it's money control. You know, rebuild prisons basically just to put people in so they can make money off of that Black body, right? I'm speaking about changing the system, but keeping the system in play that you're talking about, Black majority state, which is we're going to have a judge, but that judge is going to be saying, you know what? I don't want to lock people up in prison to be locking people up. I want to actually find programs or social services to send this young person to rehabilitate them. Now, do y'all see where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
definitely.
Professor, he's speaking about. I just want to know where is this majority Black state going to be? What state? And we do need to have law and order because, like he said, it's chaos. You want a utopia. We can't. I mean, we got to be realistic because we're gonna still have probably the criminal aspect in our.
I didn't say law.
I'm just saying, but we don't want to lock up our youth because we know that if we're having our own state, they're the future. They're the ones that's going to contribute to society. Where in this white system, they lock up, they lock Black people up, like you said, for bodies because it's slavery, it's free labor in prison. They use them to do all kind of stuff, but that's not how a Black state should be run. But we definitely need court systems and, the police force. I don't think it should be militarized. But
right, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a system that rehabilitates instead of saying, oh, okay, well, let me just lock your damn Black ass up because I just want to put you in there for free labor. There you go. Hey, bailiff, send that nigga on down to the prison. There you go. See, y'all understand where I'm coming from? Instead, I want that court justice or the judge to say, hey, Tyrone, yeah, I see, you've been into a little trouble here, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to send you down to a social service program right here, and we got like some type of way for this program to be paid, okay, to help you to be able to stay in the program, because this program is going to help
to groom you, to rehabilitate you into a better man. See, that's what I'm speaking of, y'all. I'm talking about rehabilitation and not just sitting there trying to put people behind bars for goddamn prison reasons, okay? As slavery. That's what I'm talking about. Because this is what's being done in the I agree with you. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Right. So we're going to have law enforcement. Oh, yeah, we got to have that. We just won't have this craziness that we seeing out here with this shit that they put on us. Our law enforcement is going to be like this. Look, I arrest this kid, but I'm also going to make sure that I do what I can to help this kid. Now, yeah, he been out here getting into some shit, but our law enforcement also going to be trained in social justice type of way, social services type of way, to help the kids, to mentor the kids, to be community type officer. Do y'all feel where I'm coming from? That's the kind of shit that I'm on, okay? The judges, okay, the court system is going to be also designed in that same way, is to make sure that the kids are getting some kind of program that can help mentor them or move them away from staying in crime, okay? Now, with that being said, I agree with y'all. In a black majority state, we got to have the law enforcement, we got to have the court system. We're just going to change the game, is all I'm saying. We're going to change that game. We're going to design it more into a rehabilitation system.
I agree that, this is Davon, that we need change. I think personally, it's like this young man was just saying about having all of these programs. The programs are great, but what we need are parents in the homes that don't have to work 2 and 3 jobs to keep a roof over their head, who subsequently neglect their children because they have to work for slave wages. So we have to look at it that way, and not just when it progresses to the point where we're calling the police for one reason or another. Because when you have strong communities and strong families, you more than likely won't need to call the police as often or have as many violent crimes when you have stronger communities. Now, I think I peeped game early in life, but I didn't really know what I was looking at. But I noticed when I was in my teens in the 90s, way back then, that I would hear a lot of preachers would always have the same testimony. And of course, you don't know it until you've heard it a couple of times. But these preachers would always be like, oh, God called me to preach after I graduated college. And I just kept hearing it all over and over again. It was just like this drum beat. And within myself, I kind of thought, after I heard it a few times, well, yeah, God called you to preach when you realized you couldn't pay those school loans back. But it's I think out of all the pandemics and epidemics that we talk about, that's definitely one of the big ones, because we have all of these preachers out here. So.
Uh-oh. Devin, you still there? You went silent.
Yeah, I think he might be in the Matrix, y'all. Is that Sister Second Pieces down there?
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the vision that Black American Homeland has. It's very ambitious, but I do have a question. I understand that there are increasing numbers of Hispanics, both legal and illegal, that are moving down to the South as well, and increasingly to states like North Carolina, South Carolina, Maryland, Virginia. So I just wanted to ask him, given that generally it seems that Hispanics have a greater wealth position, even illegals have a greater wealth position than Black Americans or Native Black Americans, how do you think we can compete with these Hispanics who who are also illegals that are able to buy up land. I've heard of stories in South Carolina where they're buying up land from the native Gullah Geechee, Black American Gullah Geechee communities. So I just wanted to ask Black American Homeland how we can like offset that. Given that generally it just seems that our wealth position is even much lower even than these Hispanic illegals. Thank you.
I don't believe that. Look, the Spanish illegals that come over, they might have some asset in their home countries, but the thing is, the reason why they come here because they don't have the income. They don't make a lot of income in their country.
Okay.
So they come to America. I don't believe that they have money to buy up. Some do. I mean, you do have some rich people. Look, I live in Southeast Asia, right? And I understand that people from the country where I live, their main goal is to come to America because they believe that, all the opportunities in America. But what I see what they're doing is they come to America, they'll make their income, and then they'll bring their money back to the Philippines. That's where I live, the Philippines. And they build their homes, they buy up farmland in their own country. So, but how can we compete? We can compete with these people. We do have we have money. We have our GDP is around $2 trillion, right? We do have the money. We do need to set up more Black-owned banks because we only have maybe 20, 25 Black-owned banks. We need to have at least 400 banks.
Right.
Because if you look at it, Black Americans have about 2014, 2015, Black Americans had about 800 billion in white-owned banks. But now it could be in, maybe $1.2 trillion that we have that we can put in Black-owned banks, but they're in white-owned banks. So there's many things we can do. We just have to figure out how to consolidate our incomes, our investment, and put it in the Black community. So a super majority Black state, I believe, is the only way we can do it. And look, these illegal aliens, they are dependent on white-owned businesses. White-owned businesses, they are the ones that are hiring these illegal.
Okay.
So I believe if the white people are leaving the state, right, Hispanic, Asian, Arab, they're going to leave with them.
That's a good observation. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to answer that question too. So on the Black State of America map, some of the states that you mentioned are very large states. They have a lesser priority on the Black State of America map simply because it requires so much of our population, and that in the way that we formulate the strategy, we focus on the smallest states first. Black Native asks, what is the state? So for me, I'm moving to Delaware in a couple of months, right around the start of spring, because it is the smallest state that requires the smallest amount of our people to effectively create a Black majority state. Out of all the states on our map, and there are 8, that we feel we have the population to become a Black majority state very, very quickly, within 5 years, 10 years max. Just depends on how quickly our population wants to move. It could happen in 2 years if we all just decided overnight that we really want to make this happen. But our priority is Delaware, Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, Alabama, and then Maryland, Georgia, and South Carolina or sort of the later states, with Georgia being one of the bigger states out of those three. And then Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia, we look at future growth states, where in which we were able to grow our population and we could start to move into those other states because we were successful in taking over the states. We were growing in prosperity, and we needed other states to live in. So that would probably be like a 50-year plan in terms of how we see those much larger states. A state like North Carolina, you're talking about 5, possibly 8 million by the time we got enough people in position. It may require a significant amount of our population, where a state like Mississippi is somewhere around 500 to maybe 800,000 people. So we want to be efficient if we can. We want to strategize and use our population wisely. Delaware is a state where under 300,000 should give us a voter majority. And then, all the other states, Arkansas is one that's just a little over 1 million. The other ones are right around 2 million, with Georgia being closer to 3 million. But then the Tennessee, the North Carolina, and the Virginians are much higher. You're talking about 4 to 5 million. And like I said, as time goes on, it probably will go larger. The other thing I wanted to say was the projections of those states in the southeastern U.S. I'm going to try to find it so I can put in the Jumbotron, but they are not projected to have significant Hispanic populations. Of all the states in the country, to be quite honest, because there is already these large Black populations, they are not projected to grow significantly. So while they may get to 10% of the population at some point in the future, if we do nothing, if we quickly get control over these states, while they do currently have a fairly small percentage of the population, it is likely that their population will not grow at all. I mean, that would be the best of all worlds, simply because they will be locked out of the society, because we will enforce E-Verify and every other mechanism that we can enforce to make sure that only legal citizens in this country have the opportunity to participate in the country. And because we would have federal senators, federal U.S. reps, we can obstruct legislation that allowed them, illegals, to have some type of participation in the society, and or we can put in legislation to stop it. So we are looking at comprehensive protection for our population. It starts with establishing Black majority states, and all of the obstacles and all of the potential negative things that may happen. We really can't be focused on that. We really got to focus on all of the positive, productive things that we know will happen, and deal with any negatives in the future as they come up. Because the one thing that's guaranteed, no matter what we do, there's going to be obstacles that are going to come up. Miss Black Native talked about a utopia. In my book, I made it very clear that there is no Black utopia. It doesn't exist. Nothing is going to be absolutely perfect. However, we will be in a significantly better position to protect, prosper, and empower our population. Black Native.
Thank you. Yeah, I just was saying, utopia, it sounds like that's what Professor was. Well, I know that's not what he wanted, but it sounds like something like that he wanted when he said he didn't want to have any police or any courts, like that. Because I know we're still going to have a criminal element in our community, and so that's needed. I live in North Carolina, and the population, I was looking it up. Right now, the Hispanic population in the state of North Carolina, and it's growing exponentially. When I moved here about 4 years ago, I was shocked. I didn't even know Mexicans were over here because I came from Virginia. And Virginia still has a very, very, very low amount of illegals in that state. But right now, I was just looking at the numbers. I think it's like, right now it's 10.7% of North Carolina. The population is Hispanic or Latino. Just half of the national average, which is 18.7%. Though the Hispanic population is smaller in more rural counties, but in the major counties and cities, it's grown in the past 30 years. So when I came here, I was shocked, and I asked the people, I said, hey, where all these Mexicans come from? And they were black, some black guys. And they said, oh, they've been here for 10 years. Because a lot of the Mexicans that come here, they work in the farms, and they have them as what we would call migrant workers, and they also have them as sharecroppers. So they have them living on the land for free, like sharecroppers, and they're bringing their families over here. So now what I'm seeing, all of the road work that is being done in my city, it's like a suburbs outside of Raleigh. It's Mexicans, literally. They're doing the road work. They're building the building, so they're here.
Sad.
And so we better do something fast, because really they're here, and they're bringing their and what's happening. I noticed on the news, white Christians are allowing them to come over here. I think this is a sanctuary state. They're bringing them over here in buses. They're supplying them with apartments, taking them down to social service, getting them on, food stamps and whatever else, taking them down to the Salvation Army, getting their kids clothes, helping them put their kids in school, and putting them right in the fucking black communities. Because when I was doing activist work in 2018 and 2019, and I was in North Raleigh and South Raleigh, downtown, all of those areas were predominantly black elderly people. They owned all their homes. Now it's Hispanics. So yeah, we got to do something here, because they're here in North Carolina. So I'll complain.
Bright nature. Look, I'm from Virginia as well. I'm from the Tidewater area of Virginia, and I have a lot of family in North Carolina. My mom's side is from North Carolina, and I'm targeting the state of North Carolina. I got family. I actually have property in the Durham area of North Carolina, and you're right. There is a lot of Mexicans in the state of North Carolina. They're 10% of the population. North Carolina has a very dynamic economy, right? That state is growing really fast. The economy is growing really fast. You have a lot of major cities. You got Durham, you got Raleigh, you got Winston-Salem, you got Charlotte, you have Fayetteville. You have a lot of big cities. You got great universities in that state. The state of North Carolina has more HBCUs than any state in the USA. They have 11 or 12 HBCUs. So I have a lot of confidence that the state of North Carolina can absorb at least 4 to 5 million Black Americans easy. The economy is so big. There's so many opportunities. There's so many big cities. You got the coastal area, you got the Piedmont area, you got the Appalachian Mountain area. I mean, the state is very diverse. So I believe that the state of North Carolina is more dynamic than any state in the South. So so the state should have no problem
the pool, the pulling 4 or 5 million Black Americans to that state. So I'm very big on the state of North Carolina.
Okay, so I'm gonna put in the jumbotron at the end the visuals of what the projections are, so you can actually see them, physically see what they look like, and then the last thing that I'm putting up here is an actual map that talks about 2060 and the fact that they projecting 22, which is nearly half of the states in the country, to be what they call minority majority states, meaning that whites will no longer be the majority population in 22, almost half of the states in the country. The problem with the natural occurrence of that is that it'll be a situation where we are still at the bottom. No matter what the mix will be, if we're not the majority, we're at the bottom. So if it's like 20 or 30% white or even 40% white, and then it's 30% Black and 30% Hispanic in some of these states, we're at the bottom. We gotta really understand that fully, because it really is a zero-sum situation. It's all or nothing in these states. And if they already understand this, and this is why there will not be this major pushback that people, for much of my time, in the early part of my time on Twitter, people, the first thing out of their mouth essentially was, "Oh, they'll never let that happen." They already know it's going to happen. They are already aware of it. So they're making plans, which is probably why they're bringing in these large amounts of Mexicans and South Americans, because if they're going to have to choose between a population to be, a minority too, they're going to choose anybody but us, to be quite honest, anybody but us. And so that is the strategy as I see it, because it's the strategy they employed in the early 1800s and hit it into the early 1900s, where they brought in 30 to 50 million essentially poor Europeans. So they're just basically doing the same thing all over again, knowing that white Hispanic population can easily assimilate into theirs. They don't want to be a minority population to us. And that's why it is up to us to make sure in the states where we can, that we make sure that they are an actual minority to us, and a permanent one. Because quite literally, we do have to control these states permanently. And I'm going to list the states that I have up here: Delaware, Mississippi, Louisiana. I do have South Carolina, and the projections on South Carolina is that they're going to probably have, and I'm just guesstimating, roughly less than 10% is how they're projecting. I don't know, that was Louisiana. Yeah, it's about the same. It's about the same, less than 10% in South Carolina. Also, Arkansas, Alabama, Maryland, and Georgia. And these are the 8 states in which we really have our focus at. And none of these states, except for Delaware, to be quite honest, Delaware is the one state where they actually do look like they project maybe a 15% Hispanic population. And that's because there actually already is somewhat of a Hispanic population. But in the last space, we had a Democratic Socialist from Delaware in here and explain the 3 different types of Hispanic populations. One is a Guatemalan group of people that he explained are illegals and are there to work the farms and the chicken houses that they have in the southern part of the state. And then he basically described a group of Puerto Ricans, which kind of makes sense because from what I understand, in Philadelphia, there's a fairly large presence of Puerto Ricans. And then he said there's like a bunch of Cubans or whatever the case may be. So it's not necessarily a Mexican invasion up there as of yet. And and the other thing he said is that they're not necessarily voting in large numbers either. And thinking back to the Stacey Abrams attempt to gain the Latino vote in a state with only a couple 100,000 Latino voters versus 2 million Black American voters was so completely insanely disrespectful. But you know, that kind of is what it is. Anybody who runs as a Democrat and follows the Democrat Party line is going to sell us out, is going to sell us out with the replacement strategy that they've employed in all areas of political and educational and financial areas of the society. So just want to make people aware that we do have some time, but there's no time like the present. The longer we wait, the more complicated it becomes. But the states that we focus on them for multiple reasons, and it's the ones that we feel like will have the greatest level of success. Because I'm not somebody who likes to just try stuff just to try stuff. I really, 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 really do my best to be successful in everything that I do. Alexander, you got it.
Oh, what I was just saying is that it's the immigration policy that's like, for a lack of a better term, that's killing us. You know, and North Carolina, they have a Democratic governor, but with a Republican legislator. But also North Carolina has a Republican senator named by Tom Tillis. He was one of the Republican senators that was trying to pass the EAGLE Act, but that has to do with like legal immigration. But some of these Republican senators are not closed border candidates. As I'm an independent, so I don't really like any of the parties, but like when you're looking for closed border candidates, you got to really be selectful of it and probably read some conservative media outlets, because the reason why the reason why immigration is so out of control is because, like you said, they're working on these farms and they need that migrant labor because the wages that they pay on those jobs haven't really grown in years. So citizens aren't gonna really apply for it. And two, once they get citizenship, they usually leave those farm jobs and head into like a construction job. So I think like we have to press for like E-Verify. I know this doesn't sound popular, but I think Ron DeSantis in Florida is proposing for private businesses to have E-Verify.
Yeah.
Nobody else is pushing for that on the Republican Party, even at a state level. And when they come over here, they usually have they bring everybody they know they can. So we gotta like look at chain migration as a way as why we're getting this nonstop influx. Unfortunately, as long as Joe Biden's still president, like we're gonna keep seeing this. Like I'm watching these videos, like it's not gonna stop. And the only thing that's holding these places up, like New York City and Denver, Colorado, is the federal government. Like they've already exhausted their funds. And then there was a video of Eric Adams asking the migrants at the border, how many of you guys want to come work at New York City? And it's obviously service sector jobs. And a lot of them raised their hand and was like, yeah. I'll land my plane there. I don't want to get long-winded.
Yeah, you're right about that, man. In a perfect world, in chain migration, because essentially, from what I understand, if you come over here, you're allowed to bring your family over, which is pretty insane. The other thing that I think should be, whether a constitutional amendment or whatever they got to do, is to create a system where you can't come over here and then be elected at the federal level. There should be a requirement of being here for multiple generations. I think it's really a soft invasion to allow people to come over here, establish citizenship, run for elected office, and then change the laws of the country to allow more people to come over here. That is a flaw in the system that needs to be dealt with directly and quickly.
That law is mass amnesty, because that's how they're getting the citizenship, because they haven't done like an immigration bill. Almost all the time, they'll usually like let it get out of control, and then they'll just do mass amnesty, and that's how they get their citizenship.
Mm.
You know, the USA, I've been to 30 countries, right? The USA is one of the few countries where you don't even have to be a citizen. You don't even have to be a permanent resident. Anybody from around the world can come to America and buy land or buy property. You know, in a lot of countries, you can't even buy land or a house and lot in those countries if you're not a citizen. So, why does America have these laws? You know, I guess it's just to quickly assimilate people into the society. But I don't know. But other countries around the world, it's number one, you can't be a citizen in their country. It's very difficult to start a business. They won't let you own a house and lot in many countries. And why America does it, it's really interesting. I mean,
yeah, so let me reset the room. The federal government is not coming to save Black America. We talked about it a little bit earlier, and we were talking about the Memphis execution of everything I read about the black man that they killed was that he was just a really good guy, like a really good, decent human being. And all the pictures I've seen, he just looks like a really happy person. So it's really, really a tragedy. And instantly the FBI and the Department of Justice are going in to investigate. Someone mentioned Albert Arby. I think it was Professor. So I had this, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it. But during the Arbery case, the Department of Justice did get involved. This was after the state had already convicted them. The father and son got life without parole. The other gentleman, and I use that term loosely, he got 30 years and could seek parole after the 30 years. So with the this is what the federal government came in and did. They negotiated a deal for the hate crime, which is essentially what federal protection is. They just elevate the charges with this hate crime statutes that they have. So essentially it's supposed to give you more punishment in theory. However, in this particular situation, and they were going to spend all that jail time in state prison, which is much, much harder time than federal prison. So when the U.S. Justice Department got involved, they tried to negotiate a deal that would move them from the much, much harder prison time of state prison to the much easier time in federal prison. And the attorney, Lee Merritt, he's involved in some of these high-profile cases. He's out of Texas. He said the family was devastated over these proposals. It kind of looked like the DA had agreed to one thing, and then after the DOJ came in, they kind of changed it and made it look like the family was okay with it, like some shady backdoor deals was going on. Thankfully, she had a good attorney there. Is saying she rejected the deal. She wanted them to actually stand trial in federal court. But this tells me, thinking about that, and I'd have to read further to figure out if they ever did create a deal behind the federal charges or not. if you're in jail for life, there's really not a whole lot more harm they can do. The guy who got the 30 years before he was eligible for parole, you know, maybe the federal government could have took it to life. But what ends up happening in those cases, oftentimes, the cases run concurrently, not consecutively. So concurrent means your time's gonna run at the same time. Whether you're in state prison or federal prison, you're gonna do the time at the same time. If it's consecutive, they tack it on at the end. So that's another sort of little loophole within the justice system that they do. And it's making me think in Memphis, is it a situation where the federal government is trying to come in to take these officers, their convictions out of state prison, and then put them into a much more comfortable federal prison system in some way, shape, or form? Because that would likely be a tragedy that, you know, we probably need to watch this whole case as it develops. It's probably going to take a few years, but we probably need to be paying attention to it. Aunt Lai, you got it.
Hi, everyone.
Good. How are you?
I'm okay. I just want to speak on the federal case really quick. First of all, I want to thank you and I want to commend you for all the work you're putting into the Black majority state. I've been on Twitter for about a year, and you've been passionate about it in that time, me knowing me, being acquainted with you, and I appreciate the thoroughness of it. A lot of people have their questions that are skeptical, but the more and more that people are question about it, the more and more confident you become in it. And I just want to appreciate the work that you've done, because it's not something that you've done overnight, but it's very, very much appreciated. In regards to the criminal justice is my thing, just because I have a passion for it. But in regards to what you were saying, in regards to the federal government, you're 100% correct. I believe the last thing I read about it is that the federal government basically came in and saved them. Because the only thing, if you have a life sentence, the only thing that they could soft cushion for you is where you're placed. And everyone knows that federal time, especially in some of these golf court resorts, when a lot of these people do these crimes, it's soft. And the federal government wanted them to do their time in federal prison, which was done to save them. And I believe the father of the murderer was just given medical. He's going to be a medical. The medical unit, I was a probation officer in the state of New Jersey.
Wow.
The medical unit is literally like heaven for them.
Wow.
And he's going to do his life sentence in the medical unit based on his medical issue.
Wow.
And what people have to understand, the federal government, like you were talking about when I first got in, about the federal protections that the federal government have to make sure that every citizen is basically kept at a certain level, and these state governments cannot violate that level. That's why you have certain cases where if you feel like you have been denied justice from your state, you take it to the federal government, and the federal government is basically supposed to make sure that you are protected. That is why you have the federal government. A lot of things have changed in regards to that. As a probation officer, and I'm starting to understand more and more the significance of my lawsuit. For those of you who don't know, I was a probation officer for 9 years in the state of New Jersey. I complained about discrimination, how Black people were treated. I was brought up on false departmental charges and ultimately fired. They illegally incarcerated my nephew because of me holding him accountable for the Constitution, and I wrote a book about it because they were trying to get away with what they did to me. And I realized the importance of me holding them accountable, not just for me, but for everybody else, because the first thing that happens when you are charged with a crime, or you see one of these unarmed Black men being murdered or harassed, like the Army officer who was pepper sprayed by the police and he just got a $3,000 award for being mistreated as a citizen, literally fighting for this country while on duty, they don't care about your rights. So I understood the importance of that, and I filed my lawsuit in federal court with no attorney. And I knew that the state government was going to get away. I worked for the state government, so I didn't trust that court because I know how they do it. That's why I filed it in federal court. And now I see how the handling of my case, where the state district attorney wanted to know what questions he had to answer. So he literally filed a motion and literally went to the judge in federal court because he wanted to know what questions he had to answer in my state case. And I don't know if any of you guys ever had any dealings with court, but you don't get to argue with them or question them about what they're going to ask you when they're the defendant in the case. When do you give a defendant the right to say what questions they're going to answer about the crimes that they're committing? That's just the audacity of it all. But that's literally what I'm going through and what I'm fighting. And it's very, very important for people to understand a new law that was just done where if you have a situation where your state government violated your rights, you will be able to file a motion to the Supreme Court of the United States and say, look, this state government violated my rights. I don't know if you guys saw the movie with Hurricane. Denzel Washington played the famous boxer Reuben Hurricane Carter. He was in prison for 19 years for a triple homicide that he did not commit. The state government convicted him twice. And he felt, again, he saw the crimes they were breaking. So he took his case to the federal government, and the federal government overturned his conviction. They just passed a law recently that you can't even do that no more. So if you're in the state court and your rights are violated, with Trump's 3 federal judges, they just passed a law that you can no longer go to the federal government with them violating your rights, which is a travesty because that was the whole purpose of you having, the different level of government where you would go to this court, you go to district court, you go to district court, and you would take it to the Fed. They changed that law. And that was done on purpose because they're anticipating or they're allowing these states to treat Black people however that we're supposed to be treated. And we are subjected to the abuses of these states. And what I want people to realize is if you are a Black person in law enforcement and you are a Black person in police, it's your job to support white supremacy. So the Black people who we had in these positions of powers, what I found is that they're supporting white supremacy. So that's why you have the high number of people being incarcerated for crimes they didn't commit. It's literally done on purpose. So no, the federal government is not coming to save us. And whatever the state government is doing to abuse us, the final way that they're able to do it, again, they're strategically doing it with the education and not teaching us the history about what they're doing to us. But then they're also doing it in the medical field by murdering us when we're giving birth. But they're also doing it in court cases and violating our rights by killing us and not being charged. And I let my plane. And again, if you can reach out to me, DM me. I wrote a book, the book allegedly.com, in regards to my fight against the state of New Jersey. I have a lawsuit pending now in federal and state court for discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Kyrie Irving just donated to my family $50,000, and the GoFundMe they're not even releasing the GoFundMe because it was Kyrie Irving. So again, fighting white supremacy is literally like an everyday thing. And I'll land my plane.
Yeah, man, I'm very sorry to hear about the GoFundMe thing. And so I think I was scrolling through and I saw the boycott GoFundMe. I've heard stories over the past few years about families that were unable to get the funds out of those campaigns.
Went to the matrix, bro.
Okay. I'll drop out, come back in. That's all I can do.
I believe second piece's mic is on, according to my own.
That's all I can do. Drop out, come back in. They don't like me. Motherfuckers don't like me on here, bro. That's why they keep doing this shit. I gotta do a thing.
Because I filed a lawsuit against them. So they're trying to lock them up for 3 more years, so we're still fighting. It's sad all the way around, basically what they did to him. I'm in the process of getting a documentary done so people can really see how they treat Black people and how they not necessarily system. It's literally, I filed a lawsuit against them, so they literally locked him up. And a lot of times people say, well, how? They made up charges. They put him in prison. They don't give him access. They threw him in a dungeon. That's what he described it as, because there was no other inmates down there with him. And they wouldn't even let us. They stopped him from calling home. My sister went to go see him. They told her that he denied the visit. And he didn't even know he had a visit. They didn't even tell him that. They won't even let his criminal attorney into the prison to see him. So I'm doing everything in my power to try to get out what's happening to him, because I don't know if you just saw, it was an article about a guy who went to prison. He was 200 pounds, and then he died. He was 90 pounds. Crazy. Because once they take state custody of you, they do what they want to do with you.
That's true.
So they wasn't even giving him access to the phone, so he can't even call. He has mental health issues. So his comprehension is not the best. That's how they got him to sign an illegal plea agreement that he wasn't supposed to sign, because basically they told him if he don't sign it, like Black Majority was just saying, if he don't sign it, his sentence will be consecutive instead of concurrent, but he shouldn't have got a sentence anyway, because what they basically charged him was BS. He was in a Chinese food store. He was asking somebody for $1. The owner tried to assault him. He defended himself. They charged him with second-degree robbery. Damn. There was no robbery.
Damn.
And I have the police report where literally the police report was saying, well, we don't know if it was a robbery. Well, why would you say it was a robbery? And the guy never said money was taken.
Damn.
He just said he got his ass whipped, because he got his ass whipped. Because he tried to hit my nephew, and my nephew defended himself. So it's a mess. I'm really trying to fight for him. And another thing, I wrote the book because once you take a settlement, you can't talk about the legal case. And it was a sheriff officer who was called the N-word. Once he settled his case, they sealed all his court documents. So I employ people to Google my name and see the documents, to see the things that I'm charging these people with. 3 Black women are currently suing them right now as I speak. I'm one of, it's 2 other Black women that's suing them. And once the case is settled, it's gonna go away. So I tell everybody to Google it and see what's going on. And it's the same county that illegally incarcerated Asana Shakur. It was a state of New Jersey case in Middlesex County. I'm suing Middlesex County in federal and state court for being racist. So I tell everybody and their mama to please look that up, look at the documents up, because they're gonna make it go away. And I'm doing everything in my power so that it's not. So thank you for asking.
Absolutely. So let me, I want to bring this into the discussion. I put it up in the Jumbotron. This is Gavin Newsom, who is going to sign California reparations. Last year, he signed SB 960, which essentially made it possible for illegal immigrants to come into the state of California as long as they get what they're calling some type of Biden White House work authorization card. They can become California police officers. This is the country, this is the state that you're living in, that the illegals are now going to be able to walk into the state and become police officers. They only have to be 18. I think it's Black Native and then Aunt La.
Yeah, they're doing exactly like you said. This is a repeat of history. They did the same thing with all the white immigrants. So this is the white Hispanics. They're hoping, and they know that I guess the Hispanic population is not going to be as problematic or as boisterous as Black people. So they hope that, they'll go along with white supremacy and, eventually blend into white supremacy. But it's not just California. In New York, they've given illegal immigrants driver's licenses, where we know that we need our birth certificate, social security card, some proof of a bill or something to show where you reside at. We need a whole bunch of things just to get a driver's license. So they're just giving them driver's licenses, and also they allow illegal immigrants to vote. It's in New York. I believe it's in Washington. So this is what's happening. This is intentional. So, we definitely, I didn't even know when you were saying Black majority state, I thought that was just your name. I didn't know you were actually trying to create a black majority states. And I'm glad that I came in and truly listened to your agenda. And brother Black America, I'm from Tidewater, so I've lived all through Virginia. I want to know, what are you doing? I hit you in the back end because I want to know if I can help, because I am in North Carolina. As far as trying to, I know you said that's far down the line, as far as trying to create a Black majority state here, but we still do have a stronghold here. This still is the South. So, I'm willing to, try to work and work with you any way I can. So I just want to say that, this is not just California. These people are not even legal, and they're allowed to vote. Now, where they do that at? This country right here. They're creating all new laws to help these immigrants so they can blend into white society. And I'll land my plane. Thank you.
Shit is crazy, bro. Shit is crazy.
Yes. Look, I believe North Carolina has a chance of becoming a supermajority Black state more than any other state in the South. Look, the key to North Carolina is its economy. It has a dynamic economy. The economy is huge. The GDP of North Carolina is around $600 billion. That's comparable to many countries. Like Belgium, Sweden, what other countries? The Netherlands. So North Carolina has a huge economy. So, look, the state is 22% Black. So you got 10 million people living in the state of North Carolina, and you got 2.2 million Black Americans. So that state needs another 4 million Black Americans to move to that state to become supermajority Black. And I think, North Carolina can be supermajority Black, compared to any other state in the South, Virginia, South Carolina, because the thing about South Carolina and Mississippi and Louisiana is that those states, look, I don't like to talk bad about any state in the South, right? What I'm going to say is every state have their pros and every state in the South have their cons. And that, Black Americans that want to reverse migrate to the South, just do your homework, see where your family what state your family come from, your grandparents, great-grandparents, and just choose a state. And, this information that Black majority put up in the Jumbotron about what states would become majority minority states or minority majority state, they are not considering the great reverse migration.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that is the key to the South becoming supermajority Black is the great reverse migration. If we can sway Black people from the state of Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, Wisconsin, Indiana,
Pennsylvania,
New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, if we can sway those people to reverse migrate to the South, we can take supermajority population of the whole former Confederate states. So, look, I wrote my book back in Well, I published it on my website in 2012. I've been advocating for the Black American homeland for over 20 years, and I believe it can happen. It might take 10 or 20 years, but it will definitely happen, and that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, so I agree with everything you said, but let's run through the numbers together so that everybody is on the same page. So like you said, there's a little over 10 million. The numbers that I see for the Black population is just over 2 million. So are we on the same page right there?
Right.
So to get to 50%, that means we got to get to 8 million. That's 6 million, and this is we're just talking about population.
Hold on. Okay. To get to, all right. Look. Okay. So this is what you're saying. So if the population is 10 million, right? Mm-hmm. And if 4 million Black Americans move to that state, now you got 14 million people. That's what you're saying?
No, so if we use the number 4, if there's 10 million now, you take the 2 million, set it to the side, you have 2 million of us and 8 million of everybody else. If you add 4, we're at 6, they're still at 8. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So even if you added 6, now we're equal at 50-50 technically, but to get to 60%, that requires another million or 2. That's why the numbers are so high. We're talking about 7-8 million people just to get to 60%.
Right. All right. This is how I did it. Right. Back in the early days, 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right. I believe that the white population is going to be 42% of the overall population by 2050. By 2030, the white population is going to be 55% of the overall population. So you're going to have a general reduction of white people in every state, and it's definitely going to be in the southern states, right? I believe when Black people start with reverse migration, when Black people start moving to the South, you're going to have Black people fleeing the South. I grew up in the South. I know the South. I know where I grew up in the Tidewater area, that this neighborhood that my parents moved to when we were young, it was about 90% white. But by the time I graduated from college, it was like 50% white. And now 2020, it's almost 90% Black. So I see how, the white flight can work. And look, white people, they fear their home prices going down in value. They fear their kids going to majority Black schools. They fear crime, right? So if there's a Black population that's growing fast in their community, they will leave. Now, first they will try to keep Black people out, but once they figure out that, hey, these Black people, they're still coming, they're flooding into our community, they're going to try to find a way to move out. And that's the way and that's what I consider, in the Black American homeland. I just don't look at the raw data of the population. I look at the future population, the white population, the decrease in the white population, and I believe they undercounting the Black population, and the Black population is going to be much larger than what they think, in 2030 and 2040. So I have to use my algorithms and my I have to use my skills in math and calculus and all that stuff. I use my my experience to figure out what the probabilities of a situation. So that's what I use.
Yeah, totally understood. So I'm just looking at the numbers. North Carolina is the 9th most populous state, which I had no idea of that. I lived in what's that?
A huge state. It's about over 50,000 square miles. See, the thing is, the reason why people are moving there because the economy is really good there. That's why they're moving there. So if the population is getting bigger, there's a reason. The economy is very good. There's a lot of cities that you can choose from. So so the thing is, that can be those things that draw people to that state. It will draw Black Americans to that state. I mean, the state has all the institutions, has all the amenities, has all has a pro football team. A lot of southern states don't have pro football, basketball, baseball, hockey team. So North Carolina has a lot of a lot of upside. Big economy. A lot of manufacturing jobs in that state. That's why the Hispanics are moving there because North Carolina is one of the largest furniture makers in the country. So the white people are leaving the furniture business, right, and the Hispanics are coming in to take up the slack. So yeah, so it's a lot of opportunities in the state of Georgia. So North Carolina. So that's why people are moving there. And I think a big economy is very important. So yeah. I think North Carolina has the second largest economy in in the 10 southern states, not including Florida and Texas.
Right. Next to Georgia, they're probably 1 and 2 or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, when I lived in North Carolina,
Tennessee is the third largest economy in the South.
Nice. When I lived down there in North Carolina, this was back in 2000. Yeah, it was like 2000. 2000, holy crap, 20 over 20 years ago. 6 months in Gastonia, just outside of Charlotte, and then 6 months in Raleigh. And I was delivering furniture down there. So yeah, that whole furniture thing was a big thing. But the thing that was very interesting about Raleigh, I don't think they had completed that loop. I think they were just putting the loop around the city, and they had what they were calling urban sprawl, that they had so many people moving in. The schools had to put up mobile home trailers to house all the students. And even back then, I'll be very, very clear. Back then, it was driven by a lot of Hispanics moving into at least that part of the state for whatever reason. And Raleigh was like considered an international city or something like that when I was down there. Again, that was 20 years ago. I'm sure it's so different now, but yeah, it was crazy.
Well, yeah, so
I was going to say I can speak about Raleigh because I live on the outside of Raleigh, but my daughter lives in Raleigh, so I'm always in Raleigh. What they have done, well, North Carolina, if you look it up, it's like one of the best places for Black Americans to move economically. But Raleigh, a lot of the Hispanics have moved into what was once Black communities. And that was the issue that when I was doing activist work, they were saying the main problem was gentrification, and the immigration became a problem. And so they're all in like the areas that used to be owned, like the houses and things used to be owned by Black people. They're being threatened. A lot of them said that different I don't know, white people are coming knocking on their doors, threatening them, trying to get them to sell their home. So you have the Hispanic population and you have the white people that were on the outside of Raleigh. But Raleigh is the main city. And so they're doing that flight back to downtown. So what they're doing is, taking people's homes. So you got the Hispanic and you got the whites. And the Black people are being pushed out into the outskirts right now. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I was just looking at the map. I lived on a road. It was called New Hope Road. I remember there was a Carrabba's across the street, and there was oh man, what was the name of that grocery chain? It was like it felt like it was upscale in what it was. I'm gonna have to find it because it's been so long. I remember DJ
like a whole food type of grocery store.
No, it wasn't Whole Foods. It was a chain down in that region.
Food Lion.
Or Teeter's. What's that place? Teeter or something?
Harris Teeter, right?
Yeah, Harris Teeter. I have one up the block from me. Yeah, Harris Teeter.
Harris Teeter. Man, that could be it because it wasn't Food Line. It could be Harris Teeter.
Yeah, Harris Teeters.
Mm-hmm. Crazy. Yeah. Okay, we got Alexander with his hand up.
Oh, I just wanted to touch on the whole California thing. So what Gavin Newsom did was remove citizenship as a requirement to join law enforcement in the state.
Damn.
I didn't see any pushback from like the California Fraternal Order of Police or any police unions in California. But that law started in January this year, and I'm pretty sure the Open Border Lobby Group in the state legislature advocated for it. My state is gone since I live here. I think what's going to happen in the future is we always say we know that police departments are being infiltrated by like far-right groups, white supremacist groups. They're going to start being infiltrated by cartels now.
Yeah.
That's going to be a big problem out here.
Too late. Hey, too late.
California.
Too late.
Go ahead, Black.
Oh, no, I was just saying too late on that one. Too late.
Oh, yeah. It's already happening?
It's already happening.
Look, California has 3 million Black Americans, right? California have more Black people than North Carolina. They have more Black people than Louisiana or Mississippi. So if we can get even half of the Black people in California to move to the South, I mean, that would help the South tremendously.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll eventually happen because, like, there's no political power out here for us.
Right.
I plan on moving, but
Just take your time, bro. When the time comes, when the opportunities showcase itself, that's when you should take that opportunity, take that risk, or whatever you want to call it.
Hey, Black Majority, you said that it already happened. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, so there's multiple reports of gangs embedded in, I don't know if it's the LA County Sheriff Department. I think that's where it is. I know they reference ramparts back with I think that goes back to Rodney King, but I think there's these different gangs that exist inside of the police departments out there. Definitely look that up if you haven't.
LASD. Now I know what you're talking about. LASD gangs. Yeah, the sheriff Alex Villanueva. He just got voted out, and he got Robert Luna as the new sheriff. So we'll see what happens up there. I don't live in Los Angeles, but I was paying attention to that race out here, you know, because I've seen like a lot of like corruption associated in scandals with Alex Villanueva as the sheriff in Los Angeles.
Alex Villanueva, damn.
Yeah, that's the Bandinos gang right there, the LAPD. There you go. Getting the jump.
Now look, this is the thing about a supermajority black state, right? Once a state, Delaware or Mississippi, Louisiana, once a state becomes supermajority black, the white news is going to say that these states, supermajority black states, are corrupt, that they are led by gangs, that you have a black mafia, that you got corruption in the black government. I mean, man, they're going to put all kinds of things in the news about, you know, a supermajority black state being run by the black mafia. I mean, it's going to be incredible. So, you know, we have to, if you understand that now, then, you know, you will know how to take that information, you know, once a supermajority black state become a reality. Because I'm telling you, man, they're going to say all kinds of bad things about this, about the Black American homeland. You know, they're going to say that, you know, we're taking white people off their land, that we're taking their property, that we raping white girls in the
oh God! Oh no! Please don't say that. Come on, bro. What?
That we're taking over the
no.
The university.
No.
They're gonna say all kinds of bad things,
bro. Come on, man.
Well, be prepared for that.
Yeah. Let me say this. You have a state attorney general that has the power to investigate these whatever. I mean, that's slanderous, libelous. Nah, we will have zero tolerance for that. And on top of that, you know, these news organizations who want to operate within the state on any level, they will absolutely be called to the carpet for that. And again, because we have not just state power, we have our federal representation, that if they got to open up investigations at the federal level, so be it. But we cannot tolerate that. No way. DJ, you got it.
Hey, DJ, what's going on, family? Operations of Black State of America. Hey, if you guys want to know more information about what's going on with the Black State of America, you can get in the Jumbotron. There's a lot of information up there. Black America Homeland, what's going on, Black Majority. Professor, I see you up here, everybody down in the chat. I just want to play this one video for you. Black America Homeland. Hold on one second. Let me go back over here, right here. Just want to play this video and I'll give you some context after that. All right, it's about maybe 3 minutes, real quick. Let's listen to it.
A senior editor of Wedbush named Tom Niket put out a report called Just Kicking It that talked about tennis shoe sales for December, and he said this: December's crop of Jordans didn't generate as much resale value as December's 2021's cohort. There were a handful of launches that failed to sell out. So while Nike had adequate quantity of launches following supply chain impacts last year, the quality seemed to have been stronger for holiday 2021. So he's basically saying that the sales, specifically Jordans for 2022 in December, was not as good as the previous year. Now, they're saying that shoes that did well were Crocs, New Balance, and Puma. They're also attributing that to Yeezy not working with Adidas anymore. As you guys know, Adidas cut ties with Kanye West over the alleged anti-Semitic remarks that he made and all of that. And so people are like, well, if Yeezy's name was not attached to the shoes, I don't want it. And so people went elsewhere. And they also said that Scissor's new clock drops, if you will, they did rather well because they're comparable to some of the Yeezy comfort shoes, I guess they're calling them, or maybe that's what I'm calling them because I don't know the name of them, but they're saying that they did rather well. Now, again, let's go back to those Jordans not doing so well. Now, ask yourself this, who buys a lot of Jordans? I would say us, right? I would say black people, we typically buy a lot of Jordans. Now, y'all remember also when Nike, Phil Knight, said that they were cutting ties with Kyrie Irving. Y'all remember that? And y'all remember when a lot of black people, especially on Twitter and everywhere, was like, okay, we're not buying Nikes anymore? Might that have something to do with why those Jordans didn't do as well? I mean, come on now. Y'all know when anytime Nike releases Jordans, there's Negroes lying around the block for days trying to get those coveted shoes. And in fact, they said they had like 25 Jordans drop and they didn't do so well. And so it should be said too that Nike is still the leader in regards to sneakerheads, but they didn't do that well. I think we had something to do with it. Did y'all buy any Nikes for the month of December? I didn't. I personally bought New Balances to work out in. So I don't know. I think we had a lot to do with that. Y'all tell me. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetria K Show, here on YouTube. Peace.
All right. So with that being said, right, shout out to Blood Pack. Go to buyoutrblood.org, buyoutrblood.org. You can look in the Jumbotron. It's right there, too. Or down in the chat with the purple boxes there on the bottom right-hand side. Can't nobody pop shit about us on Black American Homeland. We're gonna nip that in the bud real quick. You know what I'm saying? So Nike missed out on a whole bunch of money because we over here telling our folks don't buy Nike. Block Nike. Go over to Nike on Twitter page right now and block them. So that way, when Twitter promote the advertisement to you, and you know these latest Jordans or whatever Nike doing, you won't see it. So therefore, meaning Twitter don't get paid either. You know what I mean? Because if Nike ain't making money from Twitter as far as promotional marketing goes, there ain't no need for them to promote over here. So you're killing three birds with one stone. One, ain't nobody buying no J's. Two, we stopping the advertising money. And three, we just not fucking with you. You know what I mean? So yeah, there you go.
Hey, DJ. Look, the reason why I say about the white media is going to spread rumors about corruption in the Black American homeland because look, I like the countries I've been to, like let's say in Southeast Asia, right? You would have these white government, white American officials. They would come to the Philippines or Thailand or Indonesia, and then they'll talk to like the government officials over there, and they will say, well, the biggest problem in Indonesia or the biggest problem in Thailand is corruption. You guys have to fight corruption. And these people, when they hear that, they get pissed when we have white people in the United States and Great Britain telling them that their biggest problem is corruption. And then you will say, well, how about corruption in your country? Like, how about corruption in America? You know, look, you have over 1 million black men in prison in the United States. There's more black men in prison in the United States than the whole continent of Africa. That should be a problem. So these white people, when they come anywhere in the world, right, they don't have any moral standard or high ground when it comes to corruption. You know, America, I believe, is one of the most corrupt countries in the world.
No question.
So,
no doubt.
That's where I stand.
No question.
Right. And I agree with you 100%. No kickback. But it got to start with us as far as combating that corruption, too. So I know, you know.
Absolutely.
Not for sure. So I know, it's a start with the sneaker thing. You know what I mean? Other things are going on too with us delineating and boycotting these other things, just like our elders did during the boycott
boycott the bus movement and any other boycott we ever had in history. So basically, go to your search bar right here on Twitter and look up Maggie Anderson, and she wrote a book called Our Black Year. And so, shout out to that sister, and make sure y'all study her. And obviously, what Allah was talking about, with her nephew being locked up. I'm in Jersey too. Jersey is the most corrupt state on the planet. I know a lot of folks want to argue with me about that. Yeah, you might say Mississippi, Georgia, and yeah, that's cool. But this the Jim Crow of the North. Yeah, a lot of this shit is underhanded. You know what I'm saying? You won't see it coming. It's like you fighting somebody, but you don't know where they at. Straight shadow boxing. You know what I mean? So you got to be aware of what the hell's going on. So when Allah talk about the trickery and how you're doing your job, if they'll fuck around and say, hey, look, well, you caused your mischief on the job, man. That's just what they do to get us up out of here. Close the border. These teller rooms, they come up here, they get up in the workplace. They be cool with you, but they cousin to come up here. Now they against you. Now, you see what I'm saying? So this is the type of shit that we've been dealing with for over 30 years up here. Ain't no black and brown, nothing. You know what I mean? In Jersey, I need $10 million. Straight up. Let's go.
Hey, DJ, look, per capita, there are more black men in prison in states like Louisiana, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, New York, New Jersey than there is in the South. Louisiana, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina. So, yeah, it's a higher percentage of black men in prison in those states. So, yeah.
Right. Well, slavery never ended. You just went a different route. So, what we was talking about earlier today and last night, on the special black state economics that we had last night. Andre, the most economic man on the planet. So, shout out to him. And at the end of the day, Brother Art, shout out to you with the anarchy shit. Don't say, I guess, call you Negan from now on out, you know what I mean? Art Negan, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we just got to start doing what the hell we got to do. I think the pieces to the puzzle are already there. We just need to put it together, yo. Come together, put it together. That's it. And once we figure that shit out, I think everything will just fall in line with the black state. Real talk. Get in the Jumbotron, yo. Let's go. Share that information in the Jumbotron.
Hey, DJ, you might have to do a favor for me. I think I have to go. If you can hold this thing down for me for an hour or two, and I think I'll be back in 2 hours. If you guys are still up.
Yeah, go handle the business with the family, bro. You know what I mean?
All right.
For sure.
Yeah, I hope you don't mind, Black.
Oh no, man, absolutely. Enjoy your day. I know it's daytime over there.
Yeah, I was about to say, what time is it over there?
I think it was 12 hours, but when we changed our daylight savings time, they didn't change at all. So I think it's like 13 hours now, 13-hour difference. So it's either 1 a.m. or 11, 11 or 1 p.m. rather, or 11 a.m., something like that. So the first thing I put up here, we were talking about in the beginning how the Asians got their hate crime bill right after Biden got into office. I've been posting this for a couple days now, and no one has talked about it. But he's actually gone much further recently. They're creating an administrative arm to uplift Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities specifically. They're actually doing disaggregating the data. That sounds familiar. And they want to combat anti-Asian hate, as along with language access. This is all really, really crazy. So this was White House Deputy Cabinet Secretary Daniel Koh, K-O-H. That sounds like an Asian last name. I'm not 100% sure, but he says, we know that Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Asian Pacific Islander communities are often aggregated into one And that couldn't be further from the truth. This is a USA Today article. So you have this community that is mimicking everything that we are talking about in the reparations movement. However, they are actually getting the tangibles to make these things happen through the President of the United States, while we get nothing.
And got nothing still, by the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so this is from some Asian woman, or I don't know, maybe she's Mexican. Her last name is Perez, maybe she's like a hybrid, I don't know. But she's thanking the president. Executive order on advancing equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Americans, or Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. I think there was like a whole little video that came out with this. But I got those, the first three are the links to that information. This is a story from News Toter that is on social. And I did the thing where you can actually take a story from social, a post from social, and you can link it directly to Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. And I always try to capture some of the information that I want to highlight. So I quoted this, but this is a Black restaurant called the Turkey Leg Hut in Houston. U.S. Foods, I think the brother 666 said he either worked for U.S. Foods or one of their competitors. But it says that alleged that this small Black restaurant owes them essentially $85,000, a little more than $85,000 that's been unpaid for several years. They claim the restaurant agreed to pay 1.5 interest monthly. And so they are taking them to court, and they want them to pay attorney fees. The lawsuit is $1.288 million. Almost $1.3 million.
1.3, damn, that's a lot of money, yo.
It's utterly insane. This is something that we don't talk about a lot in Black business. So not only do you have a situation where Black businesses are just struggling to survive, like literally struggling to survive. I've owned.
But hold on, no. I was going to ask you this after you start talking, but just since you just said that, what is the initial reason for the lawsuit and they owe no money? Is it because they loaned them the food and they never paid it back, the bill?
That's what it is. They floated them credit, and they're saying it's like 85,000, almost 86,000 worth of credit for food items. And they signed a contract or whatever. Typically, you do sign something when you take orders like that. And this may have been, I don't think it was one order. This may have been over several months. And then they're saying that they haven't paid on it in this time period. And it's accumulated from the 86,000 to this $1.3 million number, which is totally insane.
And like I said, the 1.3, is that because of the lawsuit, what they're suing them for, like damages, everything, emotional stress, all that other shit? Or is it just like actually 1.3 million they took in like credit? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell, yo?
No. The credit is the 86,000. The 1.5% interest per month. Now maybe they're trying to say they're compounding this interest rate every month, and then they're tacking on attorney fees, that type of thing.
Which they can. Which they can.
They can.
Hey, bro, this is why I say I don't want to do the business side of the shit no more. It's for the fucking purse. I'd rather just be a creator. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. So I had a small little burger restaurant, and I paid for everything because I didn't want to be in this situation. However, I fully understand the situation, because when you have these large corporations essentially floating supplies to you, and this could be in any industry, and they have these hidden clauses, these hidden interest rates, whatever, they're liable to just sit on that. They're liable to just sit on it, let it accrue, et cetera, and then they are going to hit you. Now, they could have hit them at $500,000. Still is a ridiculous. I mean, no matter what point in time they actually brought this lawsuit, it would have been ridiculous. The restaurant is saying, it's bogus, it's BS. But this is the other element of being a Black business in this country, where you are literally struggling to survive. You're struggling to stay open. You're struggling to get supplies to replenish the things you've sold and pay your employees, and all the bureaucracy that's involved in owning a business, especially if it's licensed like food or alcohol or some other thing where you have to have inspections and everything else. You got all of that to deal with. And then on top of that, you have this shadiness that is involved in whether it's some lawsuit from a customer, a lawsuit from a vendor, like these people, essentially vendors, or some other thing that is out there waiting to feed off of your business through a lawsuit. And so it's kind of like, in a Black majority state, to bring it all together, you have a situation in which, even though they're going to bring this lawsuit, like Black American Homeland was talking about the judges, they're going to be way more favorable to our small Black businesses within the state in comparison to some large corporate vendor who obviously has racked up and ran up the bill on this really, really small business to an insane amount. So in my opinion, they hold some responsibility for allowing the bill to get to that level. If I was a judge, that's the way I would judge this situation. So if they could prove that they owned the 86,000, I may, give them a reasonable amount of interest, but it wouldn't be nowhere near what they're asking for. It's just utterly insane. And then I would want to investigate if this is a normal practice, and I would want to know if they treat, other races, other small businesses the same way. And that becomes the difference between what we currently exist in and the protection that we could have as a Black majority state, where these type of situations just wouldn't be tolerated. They would be blatant red flags, and elected officials or judges, they could actually take the time, and even our community organizations could take the time to look at this and determine that something is wrong here. There's something really, really wrong with this picture.
Right. Hey, man, something wrong with this whole picture, man, to this damn country, man. Word up, this world, everything as we be always talking about, bro. So at the end of the day, it's like, hey, when we say, hey, what's the solution? Shit, man, we need 10 each of us just to get one thing done, bro.
Well, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Well, yeah, you're right, because it's comprehensive. There's no single thing that's going to fix a multitude of problems. And that's why, again, it's all about controlling the whole environment, because all of these things really require control over the whole environment. We're not going to get the president of the United States signing executive orders to disaggregate our population, even though that's what we've been talking about. I mean, how long has the reparations movement been talking about that? For a few years at this point. Like, it's like, these are really disrespectful smacks in the face to us and to this population, the people that are very aware of what's going on, what's needed, and then they're just giving it away to everybody else.
Yeah, bro. Don't lie on that one, man. And look, and And then with that being said, you know, like what we was mentioning, Eric Adams punk ass going down to the border. Hey, who wants to work at the rat hole with the piece of rats? Me. Hola. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't even know what y'all about to got yourself into, primo. You know what I'm saying? You about to be coming here and get the whip cracked on your back. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be begging to go back home, yo. The other day, bro, I took my fucking aunt to see her doctor, right? So she goes in, I'm sitting there waiting for her, whatever the case be. Asian tether room. Yeah, so he talking to some black American dude and shit. He's like, yeah, you used to go to the school and shit. You know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, man, I don't know, man. I had a hard time and shit. These, black Americans, they used to pick on me. They, call me African booty scratcher because I had a heavy accent. I said, damn, bro, you got to be at least 40-something years old. Do you need therapy? Like, this African booty scratcher thing must have been really bad for these people. Because when we was calling each other that, we all black.
Oh my God.
We don't understand why you are so upset all these years and shit, man. So it's like, yo, this is the reason for the vitriol. You can't hang with the original kings and queens of comedy. Yo, this shit is sad. So now you still hating 30 years later over the African booty scratcher comment, and then you got a new contender that want to step in the ring and shit. I don't know if you've seen this cat. The one that was that's on Twitter now talking smack, talk about black Americans want to be different from everybody else. That's why we sag our pants, talk with slang, why we wear our hair nappy and all this other stuff. Oh man! But when you pay attention to what's going on in Haiti, y'all got gangs running the fucking spot now. So that he got niggas down there going crazy and shit. That's why I kept saying that. What you want to be Negan or Rick right now, yo? No lie, man. So. Hey, man, you know my solution. I'm trying to promote this shit, yo. That's it. That's all I know, man. I don't know anything else other than tell a motherfucker, hey, look, nigga, go Black State of bus, motherfucker. Know what I mean? And I just joined the community over here. I see you got it open this shit, bro, on the Twitter.
Oh, which community? Which the black migration?
Yeah.
I'm trying to, man. I've been trying to shut that thing down. I'm trying to move all the information over to social.
Oh, shit. Damn, I just invited a bunch of people. Oh well, fuck it.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm gonna try to get all that info. I got like 10% of it, and I got busy. You know how it is. You get busy, but
right.
Yeah. Once I get it over, I'll just close it up. But the African booty scratcher thing, like that was something that as kids we kind of laughed and joked with each other about, and there were no Africans around us at all. You know what I'm saying?
But we was like calling each other African Americans. You know what I'm saying? So when we see the little shit on TV, the little infomercials 2 in the morning because we're supposed to be going to school tomorrow. Oh shit, these motherfuckers picking their nose and scratching their butt. Like that's where the shit came from. To just be honest and shit, because we ain't never seen no African ever do that shit in real life. You feel what I'm saying? We learned it from the television, as well as they learned about us from the television. Fresh Prince, Martin with black exploitation type shit. So we understand that it's a stereotype, but at the end of the day, it's a fucking joke. Like, calm down, bro. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, me and y'all be at any moment we say that shit to one of y'all as an adult, we gonna have to fight you. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, man. And when he said that, I was just like, yo, you must really need to see like a psychiatrist, bro. That shit is really bothering y'all, yo. I guess I gotta say I'm sorry for the black American race when he said that to y'all. We sorry that y'all still hurt over this shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's make amends. You know what I'm saying? Word up, it ain't that serious, fam. You know what I mean? But now I say tether booty scratching and shit. You know what I'm saying? No lie, man. But hey, look, like I said, hey, get in the Jumbotron, y'all. Reparations2023.com, reparations2023.com, reparations2023.com. And make sure y'all get up there and share the Black State, share the space out. It's a lot going on. Share those photos up there. Share it with your friends, family. Promote the Black State. Let folks know what it is, man. We're trying to bring our peoples back down to the Citadel or somewhere closer to Maryland, at least, and that'll be Delaware, And I still say, hopefully we got Jersey in there some way, somehow, because we so close, like you said, and shit, you know what I mean? But up here, bro, there's a lot of bullshit going on up here still, too. And like a couple spaces ago that I was doing, late night or whatever, I was just looking at a map, because, we just talking about shit. I said, damn, man, if these motherfuckers ever really wanted to, they could just come down from, like, the mountains and push us right into the Hudson. You feel what I'm saying? Like that shit is like warfare tactics shit, you know what I mean? I'm looking at fucking New York City, it'll be the same shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, just go right into the Hudson, motherfucker, on some 300 shit, just a Sparta, you feel what I'm saying? No lie, so it's like, damn, we gotta get the fuck off the fucking, the little harbor area, river area, Hudson right here and shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, born and raised in the bricks, my family from here straight up, you know what I mean? Also down in the South and shit, you know what I mean? They migrated from there up here, you know what I'm saying? My grandparents and shit, you know what I mean? So my peoples is a product of the North Riots and shit. We was here before that shit happened, you know what I mean? So, it's like, damn, we got generational heritage shit, you know what I mean? My mother and my father's side is there too as well. So it's like, and then, we got hella little cousins and nieces and nephews and shit that don't care, hella came after that, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, we just hearing shit, but, you're gonna, every day, y'all just got to start trying to convince your family, your friends, the folks you really love and fuck with like that. And I ain't saying you got to go out and be telling everybody. It's just really the people that you care about for right now and shit, you know what I mean? Hey, man, Black State of America, yo. That's the only way we can really truly get our reparations, in my opinion. We're going to have to take that state power. We can't have Marcel and Tamara Shirley and whoever else is running be the only people that's running, you know what I'm saying? It got to be some other folks. Now, I ain't saying I'm the most political. I get that talk all the time. Yo, you sound eloquent. You smart. You should run for office. No, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not able to curse you out. I already know and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I can't be that person and shit. You know what I mean? And plus, I'll be doing, I'm running around. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time for that. You know what I mean? But hey, I'll back the person that's willing to do the work. And that's really all the shit is. So it go the same thing. Hey, man. Black majority doing the work, least y'all could do is come off the social. When Twitter kick you off, you got a place to go complain about. Ain't nobody gonna kick you off. You know what I'm saying? Think about it like that. When you're trying to share some private information on where the next cookout is at with the family, you can post it and not throwing down in the kitchen room. You know what I mean? Save me a plate of ribs, yo, because I'm coming. You know what I mean? Bad boy gang. You know what I mean? Yeah, Black State majority, y'all. Get in the Jumbotron. Share that information. Get in the Jumbotron.
Yeah, you mentioned New Jersey, man. It's like one of those things where you kind of wish that it's something that could happen where we already are. But the reality is, if it could happen where we already are, it would already have happened by now. Like we would already be in these positions of authority. The reason that we're not is by the design of them pushing us around, giving us job opportunities in different parts of the country, basically incentivizing us to be scattered across the country versus incentivizing us to be concentrated where we actually could have this protection. So it's kind of it's going to take those of us who just are willing to make the sacrifice. I think Professor was talking about sacrifice earlier in the space. And I don't believe that we're going to be dealing with anything other than the daily grind of waking up, going to work 5 days a week, whatever the case may be. And the occasional blip of something that we have to deal with, but I think for the most part, it'll be full steam ahead. And, all these different factions, the different personalities, the different ideologies, the different religions, the different political mindsets, they're all going to have to figure out a way to get along within the state. So states are really, really big, thankfully. Even cities have, the north side, west side, east side, whatever. So it's just going to be one of those things where we're just going to have to figure out where we can live in peace amongst the people that we live around, and then just continuously vote together, continuously educate ourselves politically and our children, and our grandchildren, so that there's this continuous legacy of information, understanding of it's really us against the world, because that's the way it always has been, and that's the way it always will be. We just have to participate in our own protection. And the federal government is not coming to save Black America. It's just not. There's no evidence of it. There's no real structural levers or mechanisms that they can pull in order to effectively protect 40 million of us spread across the entire country. We mentioned California, not because we don't love California. We love California. We love our Black American Californians. We just understand that it's a slowly boiling pot of water that will increasingly get hotter and hotter and hotter, to the point of, damn near causing a lot more damage to our people. So we're just trying to give forewarning and give people the time to think about it. Because sometimes you just got to hear stuff over and over and over again before it starts to make sense, and for people to connect to the information. Sometimes it's just gotta be repeated, and sometimes you got to hear it from multiple different sources. And so that's why we try to help as many people understand, so that many more voices can be saying this, and so that people can hear it from different voices. That's very, very important. And we are so close. We are so close. Salute to all the local and state-based reparations, and even in some of these religious institutions and colleges. And they're all problematic. They're all going to be problematic. That's where grassroots organizations have got to get involved, make sure it's lineage based, do all the things that people have been talking about, take it from online conversation to real world offline activism. It's very, very important. But I'm all for these state-based restitution initiatives, and so that I believe that a groundswell really will eventually lead to an acceptance by the overall population, and then pressure at the federal level to actually make it happen. It's clearly, unfortunately, not going to happen under this president. And then that leaves 2024, where you may have a re-emerging Trump presidency, and or Kamala. And with her, I think it's very problematic, to be perfectly honest. But Trump is somebody who you just never know, man. If you get the right person that gets in his ear, I personally, of all the people that I could imagine running for president, he's probably the only one who would at least have an open mind about it, and who has nothing to lose, to be quite honest. They've already attacked him. They're trying to basically incarcerate him and his family, from what we understand in the media. And so sometimes when people are in that position, they just don't give a damn. They kind of have an attitude that they may want to build some type of legacy that keeps them forever in the history of the country. And that would be something that would be very historical, to be quite honest. LBJ was very racist, and after the assassination of JFK, he was able to come around to civil rights legislation and helping it get through. So stranger things have happened, as they say, and nothing's impossible. But the Democrats, they just operate on this ownership. They own the black vote. They own Black Americans, and they're going to do whatever they want with this population for as long as they want. And that's pretty much how they operate. And then now increasingly they're just showing us that they're going to do for everybody else and do the bare minimum for us to kind of rub our noses in it. You know, some people can look at it like it's a negative thing, and it is very negative, but also it could be motivational. It could be a thing where by no intention of theirs, but where you take it as fuel to fire your passion, to fire your motivation, to get active, to fire you up. Because to be quite honest, if you've been paying attention to the Democrat Party, man, since Obama got in there, you'd have a lot of fuel to the fire, a lot of fuel. And really these past 2 years have been just all fuel from the presidential race, the primaries. I mean, everything that came out of this psychopath's mouth. You know, thank God, all the images of him sniffing on kids. I can't say in my mind I can picture any black kids, thank God. But I know he was at that Ebenezer church and he was on that stage calling out to some kid in the crowd, asking or talking about he want to take a picture with this little kid. And you know, I just hope God protected that child and that did not occur. I haven't taken the time to watch that whole video, but I just hope that there was some protection over that kid being in a house of worship, quote unquote. But yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Most of my life, these presidents, I kind of just was just I kind of didn't care. I didn't hate them. I didn't love them. It just was like they're there, blah blah blah, whatever. But as I've gotten older, I have developed disdain, especially for this president. Yeah.
Without question, disdain for Jim Crow Joe. But go ahead, though.
Well, yeah, it's weird because even, you know, Trump, for what it's worth, knowing that he's just as racist as can be, it wasn't. It's kind of like almost like that in your face racism to me is much better because you know where you stand, you know what they are, and so once you get past that, you can actually focus on, you know, moving the needle. You know, with this guy, and not just him, but everybody that's going to come after him in the Democrat Party is going to be lip service, symbolism, but actually you're not going to get anything. You're just not going to get anything from these people. And that's the part that really upsets me. You know, so we got some new speakers up. Feel free, Black Pressure, if you want to jump in.
Oh, yeah, this number trying to y'all. Top left side. Shout out to the brother Black Pressure for the actual facts on the turkey leg article. I forgot about that. It's when you had brought that up, like majority, and I'm reading that article. Just reminded me. So shout out to this brother right here. What's good, bro?
Hey, what's up, Black family? So, okay, shout out to the host too, man. What's going on, Black? So, I'm just coming off a 13-1 schedule at my job. So, I'm off for 1 day and I get to go back for 13 more days. So, I haven't been saying much. So, I will say this.
That's tough.
I just want to move the goalpost just a tad bit and talk about something. So, like DJ said earlier, I have no ego when it comes to politics. I have said this before. I am not the most politically astute person in the world, and I will admit that a high schooler could run rings around me when it comes comes to politics. So what I try to do is I try to jump in all the rooms that I can, and I just listen. I just listen to the people that are well-versed in politics and try to learn as much as I can. You know, I've even shared with everybody I don't vote. I just had a sour taste in my mouth since I was a younger person. I don't vote, so I'm trying to learn. Definitely on the reparations train, so that's the impetus for me learning, you know, trying to be more politically astute, learn about politics, all that good old stuff. So like I said, I'm jumping in and out of spaces. Of course, we all support, well, let me not speak for everybody. From my experience in the Twitter spaces, most of us support the brother Marcel. Cool. I support Marcel. Cool, bro. So I'm always listening to him when he's talking about reparations and how we, you know, get it political. So, you know, everybody has, I guess I want to say, attacked a certain group of people, and they deserve it. I won't say the names. A certain group of people, Tyreek, Jason Black, Professor Blackfoot, a lot of other guys have, you know, let everybody know their disdain for this certain group of people that go around claiming a certain ancestry. That's fine. We all know what I'm talking about. But Marcel has, through all of that, has stood up. Marcel stood up and he defended them. That's fine. I have no issue. This is Twitter. Twitter isn't real till we meet each other in person, so I have no problem with that. So like I say, I've been, you know, jumping in and out of rooms the last 7 days. Well, a couple of days ago, I jumped in a room and this certain, air quotes, tribe of people that I'm talking about, when I say they were stabbing Marcel in the back, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was like, hold on. This group of people that everybody, I mean, just ran through the ring and ran them down. Marcel stood up. And when I say, man, they were stabbing this dude in the back, I mean, everybody that was in there, I could not believe it. So what I'm saying all this to say is, man, I really appreciate this room. Definitely Brother Black News told her, well, you can come in a room if there's discipline and there's decorum and, you know, certain behavior and certain type of language isn't allowed. So just giving a shout out to the room and everybody in it, man, because you could easily be in one of these other rooms where it's just total chaos going on, and I'll land my plane there.
Hey, shout out to that. Thank you so much. Yeah, you know, we try to stay on task and focused on what we want to discuss and refer back to the title as often as possible. You know, late night, our rooms get a little crazy. You know, no doubt DJ takes over and, you know, it becomes a little more festive, which I love that, you know, I love that energy. And, but we really don't try to participate in attacking each other. It's just very unproductive, of course. But, you know, earlier in the day, today, it was planned for yesterday. You know, things didn't line up. So earlier today, there was a social space that Marcel back channeled and was like, hey, do you want me to set up a space? You know, I'll help you out best I can. And so we were able to get that space off. And so I do appreciate that from Marcel specifically, because he didn't have to do it. I would never ask anybody to do that, but I do appreciate the fact that he took the initiative to set that up and make it happen. And in that space, I was talking about negative energy. So Twitter, even though it's a digital, there's a term called the ghost in the machine. A lot of programmers know what that's about. Essentially, it's some code that kind of starts doing weird things, taking over, whatever. And to me, it's energy. And so in the Twitterverse, there is this conflicting, negative, back and forth energy that drives the content on the platform. Not for everybody, but for some people. And it is very, very important for me not to take that energy from Twitter over to this social platform. And the reason is you just want to have a productive platform. and escape. You working 13 to 1 sounds to me almost like a trucking gig. I've done that. When I've had businesses, I've been working 7 days a week, 24 hours, 365 days. So I know that life. It's a hard life. Back in the summer when they were kicking out extra 200-300 for showing up for a 6 day, I was doing the 6 and 1, 6 and 1, 6 and 1, 6 and 1. It's very hard on your body. It's very, very hard on your body, even though the money's good. You can't deny that the money's good, but it takes a toll on you.
Man, black is worse than the trucking industry. I work for, I'm no joke, I work for the biggest bully in the world, worse than Italian organized crime. I work for ExxonMobil. It's a company that literally will buy a neighborhood, bulldoze it, and turn it into a parking lot.
Wow.
I work for these people. They are just the biggest tyrants in the world. So,
wow.
Oil and gas.
Okay, that's what's up. So I deliver the end product. I deliver gasoline and diesel to some gas stations, but I was also in fracking before. Are you on the fracking side, or can you talk about what you do?
I'm an operator, so I'm on the process side.
Okay. Awesome. So salute to you, number one, because you are in a very unique and very vital industry. And the thing that I swear to goodness, when I first was on the platform, the thing that we had to fight against the most was our people not understanding that we understand how to operate everything in this society. There is somebody that comes from our lineage and likely groups of people who either already have the skills or in industries that are close enough that the skills are transferable, or they can get trained really, really quickly to get up to speed to have the skills to manage and operate the vital parts of our society, like energy production, healthcare, food production, and other industries that are going to be vital to our survival. So shout out, man, to anybody that's got an expert skill level in an industry. It just really shows the fact that we are not as far away from this goal as some people.
The Matrix, bro.
Damn it. Okay. All right. Bouncing in and out.
Sure now, man. So
what are we doing here? Looking for this. Excuse me. Looking for this. Looking for that. Amen.
Get some sleep right now, or you on the shift right now, bro?
Nah, I'm on. You know what? I let me correct myself. I just lied to y'all. So I'm off today. So when I roll back Monday, I'm on 5 and 2. So I'm just working straight days, 5 days, and I'm off Saturday and Sunday for a while. So I'm good.
Right. That's what's up, man. That's what's up on that one, man. Definitely get that paper, bro. You know what I mean? No lie on that one, shit.
Hey, man. Hey, DJ. Look, man.
I know you keep telling me that, but
hey, man, I got a spot for you, dog. I got a spot for you, man.
I know, man. I'm out there, bro, but I got some things happening for me up here in Jersey. I hit you on the back end.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And matter of fact, I actually got something lined up for you too on the back end too with this music shit, y'all. I'll keep you informed on it. Don't mind that.
Yeah, so the Matrix got me. I was just saying, we are so much closer than people realize, and we really just gotta trust in ourselves. That we have all of the skills necessary, and we can get the training. I see Miss Giselle in space. She had a space a couple weeks ago about airline pilots and getting into the airline industry. something that I had looked into when I was recovering from an accident. And it's like it's just really all of these things. They are just things that if we don't have, which I truly believe we already do, but they're just things that we can learn relatively quickly. Our society as a Black majority state is not going to collapse because we don't know how to do one thing or another. So yeah, I just wanted to let people know that. I'm not sure who put their hand up first. I think it was Black Pressure and then Tyrone. You guys got it. At this point, we can just jump in because we're kind of in freestyle mode at this point.
Hey, Tyrone can go because I already suppose he can go.
All right, I appreciate you. Shout out to the host, man. Thanks for letting me come up and speak. I just wanted to touch on the title of the room. You're absolutely right. The federal government is not coming to save us, nor was it ever intended to actually come and save us. Although, with civil rights, they are, in charge of protecting our civil rights, but rights are meant to be exercised, and nobody is going to come and hold our hands and tell us how to exercise our God-given rights or even our civil rights. And so it's up to us as American citizens. And that's the one thing I want to emphasize. We have to start exercising our civic duties as American citizens and getting a good political education, whatever that means to you, however you choose to seek that out. You have to get educated on the political process in order to actually know when and where and how to exercise your rights to affect the change in your community. We need more outreach. We need to be teaching people about government and where, they stand as American citizens within our government. There's plenty of opportunities out there, but nobody is going to share that with us. Like, we're good with getting certain government programs, the low-level ones. We know how to go out and apply for government assistance. We know how to get Section 8. We know how to get, financial aid to a degree. But I'm a realtor, and I know for a fact there's programs out there to help people with down payment assistance towards a home. There's FHA programs that will make homeownership a realistic thing for a lot of poor working class people or people I'm speaking of. But, we're not really given a lot of, people just don't tell us about it. In other words, I don't know any other way to put it, but it's not broadcast to us like I would think in other cultures. But one thing I also do see within us, when we do reach a certain level, it's not many of us that reach back down with and pull, some of our people up, so we got to do a better job at that too, because there's plenty of our people who are business owners, successful, but we make it, and then I don't even think it's a thing where we turn our back out of spite. I think we just get lost in our own success, and we just become individualists. It's a lot of individualism. So I think we need to stop that, and I think that if we just begin to start looking at ourselves, and this lineage war that we got going on Twitter is really like a new social media phenomenon, I would think. I don't think in the real world it exists to the extent that it exists on Twitter. But at the end of the day, this lineage war, even on Twitter, man, we kind of gotta get away from that. At the end of the day, we're all American citizens. You know what I'm saying? Black American citizens, and we need to work together to improve our condition as such. Some of us want to identify with. Well, I don't even want to get into that. This ain't the space for that. But let's just really concentrate on the practical work. Because then all the ideologies that may separate us will get lost when we're actually doing the practical work. And I'm gonna land my plane with that. Nah, I thank you. I hope I didn't go all over the place, but I thank you for letting me speak, brother.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. Absolutely agree with everything that you stated there. Yeah, just focusing on, building, focus on taking care of the family, focus on, um, trying to be positive in life in general, in the movement. I know sometimes negative things occur. Unfortunately, that is a part of life. Um, you know, some people look at the infighting as like trauma bonding or something. I don't really look at it as that. I see some benefit to it in as much as it does provide the opportunity to hash things out, but there's a point of hashing things out to get to back to positive productivity, and just constantly hashing things out, and that never ends. um and so, what we have tried to do, and we talked about in spaces in the past, is just try to avoid spaces and or individuals that seem to always be mixed up in those type of unproductive issues. I know it's entertaining. I get that. It's very entertaining, I guess, for some people, but as you stated, and I think as Black Pressure stated, there's a difference between the Twitter world and the actual real world. There's a lot of events being planned all across the country, and so what I would hate to happen is that a lot of this online back and forth manifests itself in a real world situation where there are thousands of our people with their families. Because I was at the event in DC, and there were a lot of small children there, and it felt safe, even though there were all these whispers and rumors of whatever. um that would be a tragedy to me, for something that started on one of these social apps to develop into something that really was problematic in a real world situation, when we're supposed to be coming together for something positive, something uplifting. So I just really hope people figure that out way before it gets into like the spring summer season, where we're supposed to be coming together just to kind of have peace and community and uplifting each other, and using that energy for more and more positive things in the future. Yeah. That should be fucked up, dog. So DJ posted up in the Jumbotron about the turkey leg hut and their response to this insane lawsuit. And they're essentially saying what I would say, because it is just outrageous. But they're basically saying that they pay their bills on time, never have an issue. They're saying that it's likely U.S. Foods owes them money for some advertising that they may or may not have gotten, and that it's just utterly insane. And a lot of Twitter accounts are coming to their defense because the other thing, I think they talk about how they ran this bill up. Yeah, it says it's always three sides to a story, and their side ain't the truth. Why would a company let a bill get that high? Because they did not at all. And I agree with that. I think that's the biggest issue in that situation, is where you have a company, a corporation that's multi-million dollar, likely hundreds of millions of dollars in annual revenue, that would allow this debt, quote unquote, to rise to this insane level. And unfortunately, because the courts have discretion, they have white privilege, this could turn out really bad for this little mom and pop business.
But this happened a while ago now, this particular situation or whatever, right? Well, my understanding, Black Pressure, if you're still there.
Yeah, this was the most recent one. You know, they had some issues with I don't know if y'all remember that dress code. They had that dress code, and then they had the issue with the neighborhood was trying to say that they were polluting the neighborhood with smoke. So if you, I don't know if y'all ever been to Houston. That area is in a real posh part of the city. Is Midtown. A lot of people with money, a lot of, you know, white folks, high-rise condos, a lot of little hipster restaurants and shit like that. What it is, that is a successful Black business, and it's expanding. So the white folks and just opened up the playbook on them. That's pretty much what it is.
That's fucked up. But, you know, it ain't a shock, I guess. You know what I mean?
Because they have the turkey leg hut, and they also have the daiquiri hut. And I think they're about to open up a second location, another turkey leg hut. So they just see Black people expanding.
Wow. See?
Right, pretty much, you know what I mean?
Man, bro. And so this is a situation where this is not even a criminal thing that, you know, these demons are doing or conducting necessarily. This is like civil castration, a civil lynching in a sense, because you hit somebody with a $1.3 million bill. I mean, I don't care how much money you're making as a small business. That's going to hurt. It may be enough to bankrupt the business. So, and there's really probably not a whole lot the federal government can do in that situation. You know, you're at the mercy of the local court, the county, the state. Man, that shit sucks all the way around. Because if they get a local judgment that says they have to pay it, you know, you can try to appeal to the state Supreme Court, maybe in the federal district courts. But now you're talking about spending money. Man, we got to pray for that small business, whatever the case be. We got to pray for those people, man.
Hey, try to reach out to them and bring them up here to the our Black media and Black state, and you know what I mean. The reparations inspector, nose title. Let's go, man. Just get the word out, man. These people lying on our peoples, man. Get call blood pack, put the bat symbol in that. You know what I mean?
I don't think it would be hard to get them in a space because Roland did a Zoom call with him and was able to talk to him. So I think, you know, with the power of social media, somebody could, you know, tweet somebody, that person will tweet somebody, and somebody knows them. Man, I don't think it'd be hard to get them in the space.
Yeah, well, hey.
Right. Yeah, and matter of fact, with that being said, not even to switch, but to keep it on the same. I'm not sure if y'all know what's going on with our Black farmers up there. I think it's in
Colorado,
Iowa. They being attacked. You know what I'm saying? They're terrorized, basically. I ain't gonna say attacked. They being terrorized. You know, they got these white hillbilly jokers. They killing their farm animals, leaving the carcasses on the farm for the folks to wake up in the morning and find it, thinking it's maybe like a wolf or whatever that might have did it, but it's these people, man. And they ain't stopping. So we got to make sure you know what we need to do? We need to do a space to motherfucking get some supplies for our people to arm the fuck up and just send it to them. Just like the punk ass United States sending all this bread and aid to fucking Ukraine. We need to do the same thing right here, yo. Real shit.
You know, I invited the 757 Virginia group that had did that small little march. I reached out to them on the platform and I said, hey, you know, you guys are more than welcome to come into space and we could talk about that safe space. Unfortunately, they didn't show up, but you know, those type of organizations, you would think, because we've seen them travel pretty much all over the South. Colorado's would be definitely a different story, but you would kind of think that these gun clubs would kind of be willing to take up the mantle a little bit. I saw that, I guess it was a cow that was kind of gutted down the center. Damn, man, it's like a predatory animal, whatever it'd be, a coyote or a wolf or something like that. They're not going to just cut something open and leave it there like that. You know what I mean? Like nature tends to consume. They don't kill for sport or whatever the case. So, yeah, that's a really awkward situation out there. Very, very awkward. The more details you hear, the more problematic it becomes out there. Yeah, and I posted that in our social farming, food, and caring for livestock community. And as I was kind of looking into that, I actually came across this, which I never knew about. I guess they've been posting for a few years on Twitter. Yeah, this post goes back to 2019. So I guess this farm has been operational for a while. They're in Georgia. It's a Muhammad Farms by the Nation of Islam. And let me see if I could put some of this up in the jumbotron. But yeah, this will be the one. So they call these staple good items, and I'm assuming these are the items that they develop and sell. So they got navy beans, red beans, black beans, red lentils, brown rice, Muhammad Farms whole wheat flour, Sis Ann's bread muffin mix, Muhammad Farms cream of whole wheat. This is M Exodus coffee, turbinado sugar, spices, raw honey, real salt, applesauce, non-GMO seeds, bean soup mix, and all natural soap as a list of products that they have.
Yeah, I checked them out. They got a lot of good stuff. I want to try the cream of wheat or whatever it was. I thought I saw on there.
Yeah, so it's like, and then as I was looking at the Twitter posts that they were putting out, they were just essentially saying, their spiritual leader basically told them, that they need to produce food for the people. That's one of their tenets. Man, it's like this amazing farm has been active, and for I guess even longer than I've been on Twitter, because I don't think I got on here till maybe the end of 2019, probably the middle of 2020. So they've been on here actively posting. The post that I saw, I don't think it had more than one like, and that's kind of unfortunate, because this is a resource. It's from the lineage, it's from our people. I know the nation does have different people from different areas, whatever the case, but it is a homegrown organization that we do feel is at least not controlled by the opposition. And they have food. You know what I mean? So it would be nice for us to keep finding these type of organizations. There are other Black farms that are posted on social in that farming community. It'd be nice to find them and support them. If they got online shopping where you can order something, that would be amazing. Absolutely.
No, they got the online. What is, you just got to go on their website. It's there.
Yeah, it's there. That's what's up.
And they sell in bulk too, it seems like, too. So that's what's up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. I saw those. I think I saw some big bags or whatever. Let me see on. This is Tamora. I've been following her for a minute, but she says they have rice, they have squash, they also have canned goods, and I know that canned goods is important for the prepper movement. So you can get some canned goods from them.
Right. on that note, you know, that'll be for more like a novice prepper. You feel what I'm saying? At that, you know, somebody just starting out, wanting to get a little stock. So, you know, the real prepping is where the bulk is at. You feel what I'm saying? The Mylar, 20-pound Mylar bags stuffed inside of like a seat bucket, like a regular bucket. You start painting a 5-gallon bucket, along with some oxygen absorbers inside of the food and like around the inside of the bucket to keep the moisture out. That's shelf life food right there. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
We could be making that shit ourselves, yo. Real talk. I'll be looking at this shit all the time, and I know it already as is, but I think we got some folks out there similar to the Muhammad Farms, you know what I'm saying, that are black and of the lineage that I think we just need to invest in these people. Hey, look, you know, we got a crew over here of folks that just want to throw money at you, you know, and get your shit popping even more. You know, a lot of our folks are out there just teaching on the screw tool and showing the work of how to grow, you know, and, you know, how things should be done. That's dope too. But, you know, shouldn't they be compensated a little bit more than what screw tool paying us as content creators? So, and then obviously this is what they do. You know what I mean? So, you know, I also thought about the canning. I'm not sure if you know what that is. Canning.
No, is that like with the ball, the ball, you know, jars?
There you go. You know what I'm saying? So we should start a canning company, yo, if you really think about it, but over in Africa. And the reason why I say that shit, if you pay attention to the farmers that are over in Africa, they got the land and the product. They can process that shit. You know what I'm saying? We could go over there and not take over, but work with our people. You know what I'm saying? As far as our distant cousins. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I know that's like far-fetched though, but yeah, I think that's a good idea. Real shit, you know what I mean? Because the food is there. You know, a lot of times it just goes to waste. It gets thrown on the ground. They have to till over it. And then it's fresh fruit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, you think about acres and acres of pineapples and whatever fruit that you think that grows on trees, man. Just goes right back in the ground for the, you know, fertilizer, I guess, you know. And we could be eating that shit in a multitude of ways as far as processing it, whether it be, you know, we take the pineapples, core them, cut them up, you know what I'm saying, can them and bottle them and, you know, preserve them ourselves. Or like, you know, we make something out of it, pineapple, whatever, you know what I mean? You know, there's plenty of things you can make with, you know, different types of fruits and vegetables. So that's just something to think of, man, you know what I mean? And like I said, you know, our folks is teaching the work. And canning, it ain't hard, but damn, it ain't easy either because it's going to take some work. But I think if we were to open up like a staple like that, that should be dope. Go ahead, Black Brush.
I just wanted to add to tell everybody in the very near future, get ready to see the petroleum industry. It's because I work in the industry, so I see it. So in the next 20 years, what the petroleum industry working in conjunction with the automotive industry, what they want is to have at least 50% of the vehicles on the road fully electric. So what, like I say, what I'm seeing now is you started to see it in the early 20th century all the way down to the, you know, of course, late 20th century. You saw refineries that process crude oil pop up all over the place, kind of mostly started in the East Coast, Standard Oil and, you know, of course, Shell and all that. And, you know, of course, those companies turned into Mobil and Exxon and Motiva and Valero, all those different companies, where you're seeing a shift now where they're no longer building refineries that process crude oil. You're starting to see a lot of LNG plants where you go liquid and natural gas instead of gasoline and diesel. You're starting to see a lot of biodiesel plants pop up where they're actually making fuel for your car out of chicken fat and animal extracts now. Also, you're starting to see a boom of a lot of like lithium harvesting. So telling the family, get ready for that. You're going to have to save a little extra money too, because you see the Chevy is really leading the way right now. They're actually going to full lines where, you know, your Chevy 1500s, your GMC Sierras, you know, your trail bosses are real popular. I know I'm in Texas, so a lot of y'all that's probably not your thing. A lot of the pickup trucks that are popular down here, Chevy is actually coming out with lines that are fully electric, and if they're not fully electric, they run off alternative fuels. So, you know, get ready to see that in our children's adulthood and your grandchildren, where like literally stopping at a gas station and getting gas. That's all. They're trying to really make that a thing of the past, and I'll land my plane there.
Yeah. You know, another one I heard about was hydrogen, and I don't know if that's, I would assume it's like a liquid hydrogen. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, you'll see it. That is talk now, but it's gonna come way behind what you see now, where they want to go electric, stuff like that. But yeah, you'll see that on the horizon. Maybe in a quarter century, you'll see that those type of vehicles fueled by that down the road. But yeah, that is a thing coming up on the horizon.
Awesome. And man, while we in this space, let me talk about this, because I posted this a while ago, but you just reminded me. This is geothermal power plants where they are going to drill down into the earth through the core in order to get that heat and essentially build generators on top. So essentially it's like a steam, but it's perpetual. It's like this perpetual source of energy, because you know you're getting this heat right from the source of the earth, which essentially should never stop. And that's so that's something that's like insane to even imagine, a perpetual energy generation system that's clean energy, doesn't cause any harm to the environment, whatever. I had heard someone on NPR talking about that a few months back. That would be a massive game changer.
That really sounds like something from Star Trek. I want to see the power source of something that can penetrate that deep into the earth. I really would. I'm not being funny. That literally sounds like something out of a H.G. Wells or something from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. I really would be interested in something that I want to see in my lifetime, if they develop something that has the capability of even going past 5 miles down in the earth. But I would definitely, I would be shocked if I saw some technology like that in my lifetime.
Yeah, no doubt, no question.
Hey, you ever watched what do they call it? Big Machinery? I think, what is it on what channel is that? Like
it's the Learning Channel. The Learning Channel.
Yeah, one of them channels. Yeah, Big Machinery. Yeah, they got that shit. Trust me, bro. And I'm pretty sure in 2023 they got some shit that are just, you know, press a button and just fucking you don't went 100 feet down into the earth. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to the core of the earth, bro. Do you know what type of power source you would have to power something hydraulic that can go that deep into the earth?
Right.
And then get it back, because you'd have to retract whatever you put down. Yeah, that would take. Yeah, that would take some alien technology to do some shit like that.
Aliens, bro, aliens. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. Let me see if I can get down to it.
Hey, I'm not saying it don't exist. You know what I mean? We're fucking with the United States. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I was just saying I literally would be shocked to see the person, not even the person that would build the equipment that can do it, the person that would conceive the technology. He literally would not be human. Someone that could come up with something like that.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna send you a couple of articles. This first one I'm looking at, they're talking about getting down to some subsurface hot steam, basically like it sounds like they're talking about caves, but they're not really saying how far down it is. But I'll send you a couple through the back channel.
Well, only what is it, like 10-15% of the earth has only been discovered, right? Something like that. You know what I mean? Because we're mainly surrounded by water and shit. 20% at best, I think, something like that, yo.
Yeah, the thing about these though, they have to be on land. And because I think you were talking about the deep water well rigs or whatever for oil, but these essentially would have to operate on the land already. They might be close to the shore. I do kind of remember something about that from the first time I posted it, but yeah, it's interesting because he says to the core sounds insane. Maybe they're tapping into some lava. What would they be considered, lava flows or something like that? But essentially, they're just going to get to the point where they can get to that steam, get to that heat, and then cap it or whatever the case to create the pressure, and then the pressure drives the turbine, to produce the power. I think that's essentially how it works.
Yeah, like I say, that's send them to me. That's great. Let me give y'all kind of the scope of what I mean about that type of technology. So, if you go to ancient Egypt, all the white academics love to say, well, there's no way these black people could have built these monolithic structures and blah blah blah. And how did they move them? So what happened? They sent, I think it was out of Germany, they flew the strongest crane that human beings have to offer on Earth. They had to fly, they flew it down in pieces to ancient Egypt. They put it together on site. That crane they sent could not move one of those base stones an inch. It blew the transmission out the crane. They flew another one down. Same thing, tried to budge it, blew the transmission out. Now, we're only talking about structures that sit on top of the ground. To come up with something so powerful you could get to the core of the earth, I'm serious, man. That Area 51 shit must be real. They must have something down there. They found some alien technology they can do that. I'm not saying that you can't do it, but what I'm saying is close to impossible as you could get. That sounds like something that would be that.
EGS. Let's see.
Weak. There are downtimes when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing. Those two will be two giant slices of our energy pie. But to make sure we have the electricity we need for our homes and businesses all the time, we need slices of the pie to provide energy on
situation out in LA. But where specifically is that money going to be allocated to and to whom? So that's the narrative around that.
Real quick, can I comment on that?
Right.
So I'm out here in LA, and she had already started off on a bad foot with trying to help the homeless situation. If you from LA or if you familiar, we got a spot in downtown called Skid Row. Now, mind you that our people only make up not even 10% is high. It's really close to 9% of the total population of the city of Los Angeles, right? It's about 7 million people in the city. But in Skid Row got the highest population or concentration of homeless people in the whole city. We make up over 40% of all the homeless people on Skid Row, although we're only 9% of the entire population. To make a long story short, when it was recently just raining a lot in Los Angeles, and she housed homeless people not in Skid Row, but in the most affluent areas where it's predominantly white homeless people. She housed in people in hotel rooms and stuff like that. I don't even think she made it to Skid Row to even try to get them some temporary shelter when it was raining. So to your point, man, hopefully, some of that 50 million makes it, to our people. But already, it's not looking good. She's going to cater to, other people. You know what I mean? And it's sad, but I seen it, man. and it's bad.
Yeah, well, that's the one situation we've been talking about lately. We vote these people in, and they just turn their back on us, man. And we do nothing about it, yo. It's like, what the fuck, you know what I mean?
Hey, DJ, who was the brother that just spoke?
I'm not even in the, I'm like, so I'm not even looking at the phone, but yeah, come back up with whoever our California fans.
Yeah, I think he was from, I'm sorry, I think he said he was from LA.
Yeah, that was me. My name Tyrone, brother. Yeah, I'm in LA by way of Cardi.
Okay, what's up, brother? I would just want to ask, has the city, relative to the Skid Row area, I know up in Oregon, well, I think of really in Washington, maybe both of them, but they did those shipping container neighborhoods for the homeless people. They took those shipping containers and turned them into places that the homeless villages. Has LA ever talked about doing that for the people there?
No, not specifically for for the homeless people, but what I have been seeing, like they got a big apartment complex like right off of Imperial and Broadway, right? That's in South Central Los Angeles, and it's completely made of those shipping containers, like completely made of them, and they building them. Right now, it looks like it's about 5 stories or whatever, and so they're starting to like build apartment complexes with them. Now they could use them to house the homeless, but I haven't heard that as a project. But I know out here too, they was trying to like start like building like tiny homes for them or whatever. But there really isn't any large-scale solution, like as far as using shipping containers or tiny houses or anything. Right now, they're looking to like get homeowners to they're trying to like subsidize homeowners, basically to give homeowners money to house the homeless people. Like we got a thing where people are converting their garages to what they call ADUs or whatever, which is just basically another unit, mainly singles and 1-bedrooms. They're incentivizing homeowners to convert their garages to like the second unit on their property or whatever to rent out to homeless people as for low income or whatever. So I mean, but that could be in the future. I haven't heard of that per se. And, as a realtor, I keep my ear to, like, anything dealing with housing, you know what I'm saying? Because it benefits me. But, I mean, I have seen them using that. I don't know if they're using it for the homeless in particular. Gotcha.
And our brother, State Power, who lives out there, was talking about those garage units, how they had made them essentially illegal back whenever. And now that they're opening that up out there, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, man, it is, bro. But it's kind of beneficial, but it depends. Like right now, it's almost like the Wild Wild West with them because it was illegal, and now they kind of like just lifted the ban, and so it's causing a lot of like congestion, basically overcrowding certain communities, you know what I'm saying? Because now no parking on the streets, you got extra families living there. But I mean, man, LA, we got a homeless crisis, bro. We got tent cities, and another thing that we're dealing with out here too is like mobile homes being parked in like concentrated areas where you normally wouldn't see them. And man, it's getting crazy out here, man. It really Skid Row look like a third world country, and certain other parts of the city where you see tent cities, man, they look like District 9. If you ever seen District 9, man, it look crazy. And people are like, it's a lot of fires going on because homeless people are, creating fires trying to stay warm at night. But then, every blue moon, it spreads, and now we got a big fire. So, like, man, it's crazy. I need to start documenting some of this stuff, video recording so people can see it. But we got a real crisis on our hands, and I hope that the city do implement something like what the brother was speaking on with with the units, the trailer units or whatever, because that could be some type of solution along with the ADUs. But man, something got to get done. When our people is like the majority of the homeless people, it's sad to say, but we're not the only ones. But to be only 10% roughly of the whole city and to represent almost half of all the homeless people, that's beyond incidental. That got to be done on purpose. And I know it's done on purpose. And I know they're purposely shutting our people out of the home ownership market by, one, not giving out the loans as they should, or, you know, because they giving other people loans and just not making the information available. And real quick, too, did y'all know that Section 8 has a home ownership program where the same amount that they will contribute to your rent, they will contribute to your mortgage? And I tried my hardest when I found out about that program to get access to the program to see how it worked. When I tell you that these people gave me the damn runaround and to how to even access it, and then once I found the one Section 8 office that's actually working with it, it's still like pulling teeth to get these people to work. You know what I'm saying? But the program exists, but they not really trying to help. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's, you know,
you're a man. That's because you're a man, bro. They'll give you housing, but they won't give you a house. They'll give you a voucher, but they won't let you get a house. They'll do it for a woman, though.
Right. No, but look, I was trying to help a woman. And now you right, exact, too. And I'm a black man, too. So that really don't help.
But look, check it out. Not to say that they didn't know that you was trying to help a woman out, but more or less 9 times out of 10, they assume it's for you any fucking way because you're the one that's inquiring.
Facts.
Even though you saying this for, you know what I mean, Shamika, you know what I'm saying? Keep it real.
Nah, facts, brother. And that was just me, like, bringing up another, like, those government programs that I know exist, but they try to lock us out of them. You know what I'm saying? They really want us to just keep getting the low-hanging fruit. Don't mind giving us food stamps. You know, we need food stamps. Go out and get your food stamps. They don't mind giving us the little bit of government assistance, the little cash aid or whatever, because, like you say, that keeps the home broken. But when it comes to these housing grants, when it comes to utilizing the programs that will get us out the system, because a lot of people on Section 8, bro, if they was able, right, to just utilize Section 8 to actually do the home ownership program instead of just having them pay their rent, they'll do it. And a lot of people who own homes.
Say that again.
Now, Section 8 got a home ownership program that you the same amount that you know, because Section 8 pay a portion of your rent. People on Section 8 don't pay the whole rent. So whatever
70% of your rent, right?
Right. So that 70% will go towards your mortgage instead of your rent. So you can go out and find a mortgage for the same amount of rent you paying, and Section 8 will pay that same 70% towards your mortgage, and they'll do it up to 10 years or whatever. But after 10 years, you will be in position to kind of pay the whole mortgage by then. And by after 10 years, you will have equity in your property, so it'll help. You know what I'm saying? But I was trying to utilize that program, and man, right when I found the office, because all Section 8 offices, they don't really know how to do it. They act like they ain't never heard of the program, but the program is out there. To make a long story short, I finally found the one office in LA that knew about the program and does the program, but the motherfuckers was still giving me a hard time. And the lady who I was trying to work with, she just, you know, she got to find somewhere to live. She just went on and did what she had to do to use the voucher she had. And so she's renting, but, you know, I still want to help her out eventually, but, man, they was giving me a hard time, bro, like, to be honest.
Right. That's crazy, bro. Yeah, that's the state. I mean, the government. But on that note of housing, just to keep it on the same note,
That's the
I'm out
government.
in New York City, Newark, New Jersey. Ras Baraka, the mayor of Newark, got his hands on a couple property units and sold it to the LLC boys. Who the LLC boys? That could be the foreign investors or just some other investors in general. that want this property to Airbnb it and rent it out forever. See, they don't want us having home ownership. You can trace this shit back to stage plays like the Raisin in the Sun, bro. You know what I'm saying? They don't want us having owning anything, bro.
I got something to say about the Airbnb. That market is getting ready to have air come out the bubble. So, like, all the Airbnbs, they're not making any money right now. So you're going to see those houses go up on the market, but that is true. Like a third of investors, like BlackRock, Amazon, they've been buying single-family homes and renting them out.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I thought you were still talking. My bad. That's it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel you on the BlackRock thing. You know what I mean? But, you know, at the end of the day, back to, you know, this so-called black leadership we have in our communities, Roz was supposed to let the people in the community obtain those houses first. So shouldn't that be liable for an investigation?
Yeah. Is this in New Jersey that you're talking about?
Yes, sir. Newark, New Jersey, aka Brick City, home of Queen Latifah and Redman. You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't know all this that happened. I know, like Philadelphia, black people have been getting pushed out, but I've never heard anything out of New Jersey.
Oh yeah, definitely been getting pushed out for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Queen Latifah owns some property out here. Shaq owns some property out here, but yeah, what's the percentage of folks they let live in there that are economically fucking broke? 1%.
So I was gonna say 0.
yeah. You know, but look, it's supposed to be 10 to 15%, sometimes up to 20% of economic-based housing. You see what I'm saying? But they don't like, you know, just because your landlord black don't mean they gonna fucking skate on the rent money because of inflation and things like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, and raising interest rates.
Right. So, you know, shout out to the queen. You know what I mean? For being a homeowner, a property owner, or whatever the case be. But that ain't a one bedroom going for $1,500 to $2,000. Motherfuckers barely make $20 to $40,000, which is like the median income around here. You know what I'm saying?
I really see this homeless problem, like in America, as like a living wage problem. Like, you know, I've been seeing like people who don't.
Hold on a second. So, you know, one thing at a time. Listen to what you just said. It's a living wage problem. Our problems are fucking economic. This is why we're advocating for reparations. We could solve our problems if we economically had a job that was a living wage paying job, along with benefits, 401k, stock options, all that other shit, insurance, full insurance. You feel what I'm saying? You feel me? Yeah, we shouldn't have to separate dentists from eye vision and all this other shit, or be planned out or what you can afford. It should just be paid for. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just saying though, like that's like at the root of it, because like there's some of our like some people like do have jobs and they're homeless. I don't know if you ever met somebody that's homeless and then say that they have a job at the same time.
I have.
You know, that gets left out of the conversation.
They go back to the folks on Skid Row or whatever. I see documentaries on
Skid Row. I think I saw Skid Row back in like 2018. I was floored. You know, I know it got worse after this whole COVID pandemic because.
No, I'm just talking about the folks, like you said, they are homeless, but they work. There's plenty of folks that are on Skid Row that work at Silicon Valley. Facebook.
Karen Bass ain't reaching out to them?
But they homeless. Hell no. You must not have didn't see that interview where Maxine Waters, where she went down, I forgot, was it LA? Or somewhere in California, make a long story short, wherever Maxine district is at. So at the end of the day, she went down there, supposed to talk to the people, and she's supposed to have had some vouchers with her, but they getting come for whatever reason. And she over here telling these folks to go home. The one sister screamed out, "Man, that's the whole reason why we here. We ain't got no home to go to. Where the vouchers at?"
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Go look that up.
Wow, man, that is. Man, there should be like a backlash between that woman because like she's part of the black boule in that black Congress. Like she's one of them that does insider trading.
Yeah. Well, check this out. Let's go back to Ross Baraka, and this is why these people we elect, especially these black ones, shit is sad, yo. So
I think it's gonna get worse in Maryland because in Maryland they elected Wes Moore, Governor.
Yeah, he tether gang. So
he's half FBA and half tether.
Nah, it depends what side is FBA. If it ain't the daddy, he a tether.
Okay.
Wow. Your father carried the seed, bro. You know what I'm saying? Your lineage. You know what I mean? The mother just owned you, yo. You know what I mean? And birthed you and sow you and take care of you and nurture you and educate you. You know what I mean? So for y'all women out there, all right. Unless you're an hermaphrodite and you just skeet in yourself and have a baby, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, trouble ain't in the room. I ain't looking at my phone. I'm good, Black. I'm good. All right. Nobody gonna snitch on me either.
Well, that's all I gotta say. I had to land my plane there. I'll let the next person speak.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody got their hand up. I ain't even looking at my phone. Real shit. If y'all want to speak, go ahead. But just to make a long story short again, so I just got word from one of my peoples the shit that Roz may be building, supposedly building like some type of house or hotel over in Ghana. So yeah, when his mayoralship is up, he out and ain't nobody gonna hold him accountable for, you feel what I'm saying, the shit that he doing here in the city. And he only won his mayoral election by 10,000 votes. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is, man.
Damn.
All these black mayors, congressmen, representatives, councilmen, city clerks, dog catchers, they all selling us out, man. You know what I mean? They the ones getting money and living comfortable, not us. Because they work for the government. And then not to say all that shit is all peaches and cream for all of them too, by the way, but I'm just saying they got what we call, like you said, a livable wage. They have a living wage. You know what I'm saying? It's all of what your budget is for the month. If you're living beyond your means, then yeah, you're going to be broke just like everybody else, even though you may be making a 6-figure income. You feel what I'm saying? If you're living beyond your means, buying shit you don't need and just spending money whenever and not saving it and investing it, yeah, you're going to be on the bottom too, but paycheck to paycheck, yo. So it don't matter if you got a 6-figure income. You'll be in the hood just driving the Benz, that's all. AKA a Nazi sled.
Nazi
sled.
Interesting.
But yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, my main objective is just to, promote this shit that we be doing. So hopefully in a couple of days, I want to have a space on obtaining donations to obtain a printer, so we can start printing up some news articles and shit, and just giving them away. You know what I'm saying? To try to get folks up to the this digital shit and start learning what the hell is really going on, man. Because our peoples is like really beyond indoctrinated, whether it be religiously, Pan-Africanly. That's a new word. Don't take that one. Pan-Africanly. You know what I'm saying? Hard up. And just it just is what it is, man. For right now, it is what it is, yo. Gotta find a way to make it work. What's up, everybody in the chat? You know what I mean? We raw, see you. Aquita, McFly jersey in the building as usual. You know what I mean? Shout out to Soul Child. Everybody come up to Soul Child right there. Flaming Heart, the Flaming Heart, Soul Child. Come on up. Shout out to Devon. I don't know if you up here, Second P. You know what I mean? Janita, daughter of Zion, what's good, mama? How you feeling? Sean, FBA, you know what I mean? Nate, what's good? Kim, how you doing? Goddess, Ed, what's going on? Cassandra, David, make one thing. Shout out to you. You always up in the room. Todd, you look like you about to fall asleep. Daryl, you sleeping. You know what I'm saying? Diane, how you doing tonight, mama? You always up here with us. Jay Young, you know what I mean? So you got the Trump Pence thing up in there, you know what I mean? MAGA. You know what I mean? If you like to come on to talk about MAGA. Word up. And shout out to everybody in the room, man. What I can see.
Hey, I don't know if Black Pressure's still up here, but let me read from this article a little bit on this geothermal. So the plan is to convert existing power plants. They want to drill the holes next to them. They're calling this millimeter wave drilling equipment. I saw something that looked like.
Yeah, I heard of that before. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they have some test runs. It looked like it's some type of laser vibration, whatever. But they're saying the wells will reach 500 degrees Celsius I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. I'd have to double check on that one. But they're expecting to drill down 20 kilometers. I did look that up. That's roughly 12 miles to access super hot temperatures in greater than 90% of locations across the globe. So this is something, and I think this is coming out of MIT. I'm not really sure where it's coming from, but they're saying this doesn't go against physics, which would be something that was impossible. But they're saying, they need to essentially do more modeling to get the technology right, but they feel pretty strong about it. The guy that I heard on the radio talking about it, he already had some investors, hundreds of millions of dollars, whatever the case may be, because they're saying this thing, this would be energy. They're saying millions of years, but as long as the planet Earth exists, essentially you'd have this source of energy. So, Black Pleasure, you got it.
Okay, I wanted to say this, kind of build off something you said, Black Majority, and something Brother Tyrone was saying earlier about Black people not knowing about a lot of the programs that are out there, especially the industry I'm in. They do their best to keep Black people out of it, but I know a lot of the fellas in the room, even the ladies. I know y'all like to keep y'all hair done and your nails done and smell like perfume all day. Either some of the brothers in the room that have felonies, or if you have children that are kind of going wayward, a lot of people don't know that you can go to your local union and you can walk in and you can walk into whatever craft you want to walk in. You can walk into, you can go to the local to be a crane operator. You can go to the local to be a welder. You can go to the local to be an electrician. A couple of other crafts that they got, like Black Majority was saying earlier, you can have a viable skill. You can walk to your local, which is the union, which they try to do their best to keep Black people out of. But you can walk in your local, walk in any of those crafts. You can go in and say, hey, I want to be a crane operator, and it is free. It is absolutely free. Like I said, it doesn't matter if you have felonies. I know a lot of times, especially in Texas, if you have felonies, you can't get a school loan. So it's hard to make somebody that want to change their life by going back to school. They make it hard to go back to school. But like I say, go into your local, pick a trade you want, and they will pay for everything. They will teach you how to do it. Once you get through with the certifications and the training, the only thing people might not like, it's no big deal to me. When you get your crafts through the local union and it's free, you have to work for them for like 2 years. You have to be an apprentice for them for 2 years. But like Black Majority was saying earlier, especially like welding, crane operating, anything in the world, any structure that goes up, you have to, the crane picks it up. Anything in the world that has to be assembled, especially anything with metal, it has to be welded. You know what I'm saying? If you, any house, building, your car, it takes electricity. You like I said, if you want to, be an electrician, these programs, they don't tell Black people about them, and they try to keep us out of them. These programs are absolutely free, and you will set yourself up to make 6 figures for the rest of your life. So like I say, brothers, ladies, times are rough, even for me. And God put me in a position I make pretty good money. If you want to change your life, go find your local union, find the craft you want, walk in, and it is absolutely free. And I'll land my plane there.
Hey, shout out to that information. And I think the same is true too for like a lot of trucking type jobs. If they find that you're a viable candidate, they'll pay for like your CDL license and all that other stuff. So if you go to like your local, what you call a job development center or employment training type center, which would be like, job employment, welfare training, whatever it is, right? They'll pay for your CDL. Also, another thing too, you could start off. A lot of these places, like these job training centers, they'll pay for you to be a forklift operator. You feel what I'm saying? So that right there is always in demand. You know what I mean? Just for wanting to be a forklift operator. FedEx, they work with like a lot of these Fortune 500 companies. They work with like the system, welfare or job unemployment training. The labor department. There you go. It's the labor department. You know what I mean? Which is in every town, city, state. Got one in every county. You know what I mean? You go to your labor department or your economic development corporation or economic training development, site, and they will fucking help you get a job or get you into some type of training. Because I just got a letter in the mail for the same shit. You know what I mean? Real talk.
You can literally Google like your local union, and it'll come up with whatever's close to you. And I'm telling you, family, it's they don't tell us about this stuff, but I know guys and kind of
running unions, yo. That's for sure. And then certain things, like you would not even think that you would have to have a union, be a union member, and they force you to get a union membership, or they tell you that to ostracize you so you don't come back and fill out, keep applying for the job and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you were saying, a forklift operator. If you go into your local union and you want to operate cranes, you start out with a forklift. That's pretty much your introduction into operating cranes. But if you stick with it and you get your 100-ton lattice certification, we know those as the cranes that build skyscrapers. If you get that, and I'm not strictly talking about Texas, I can't speak for where DJ is and the family in California and all that, but if you get your 100-ton lattice, aka skyscraper crane, you can command, on the low side, you can command $45 an hour, and on the high side, it goes by experience and different stuff like that. You can make $50 plus for the rest of your life if you stick with it, like I say, and get that certification. There's programs for us to advance financially. They just don't share the information with us.
That's true. Very true, man. Very true. On that note, very true, bro. So that, and look, that's why we need our folks to go into these particular facilities too, as well, or employment type sites of government, and make sure our people be first in line to get these fucking jobs and get these opportunities, man, because we definitely being overlooked. It's like nobody care about us, yo. And I know some of our folks out here doing what they can to try to make this shit happen, but it ain't enough, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey DJ, real quick story. I contracted for like 3 years at this LNG plant in Louisiana, in the Lake Charles area, while the casino, like right when you leave Texas, and as soon as you get into Louisiana, Sulphur, Lake Charles area, I worked at this LNG plant for like 3 years. So we would be at lunch, talk to these old toothless white guys, look like they come straight out of the script from the Beverly Hillbillies. These guys were working 10-hour days. They were working like 5 and 6 days a week. Most of the time, 5. Working 10-hour days. These dudes were making $50 an hour. So imagine that. You work 1 day and make $500, right? So in Texas, anything over 40 is overtime. So imagine you get to your 40 hours, right? You get to 41 hours, everything is time and a half. You work 5 days a week, that'd be 50 hours. Imagine just do the math and imagine what your check would be. And when I tell you, DJ, you talking about guys who I would pay money to see them say their ABCs without stumbling. And these guys were literally making $500 a day, but they had their 100-ton ladder certification.
Hey, that's easy to believe, yo, because a lot of these fucking cops are dumb as hell, too. They don't know they fucking 1, 2, 3s and ABCs. Heard up, but they know how to draw that fucking heat on a black nigga. For sure, because a lot of these fucking cops up here in Jersey, they the stupid grandchildren of actual cops and shit that were really patrolled and did their job and shit, you know what I mean? And wasn't harassing people, you know what I mean? So that's the type of shit we dealing with out here, too, as well, yo. You know what I mean? What's y'all thoughts on what's up, Tata? If you want to come up here and speak, Mama, you already know. What's y'all thoughts on the Tyree Nicholas situation? If anybody want to speak.
It's that brother that got beat to death?
Yes, sir.
And it was by those black cops.
Yeah, but I just call them pigs. They need to label them black. They got a uniform on. You feel me?
You know, man, I'll say this, man. It's You talking about a person who MIU put an asterisk by that MIU. I've been in a few fist fights. I know what it. I know the winning side. I know how I feel to win. I know how I feel to lose. But I do know this: to beat I'm talking about with your bare hands. To beat someone to death like that, dude, DJ, that is a process. That's not something you can. That's not something you can do instantaneously. You know how fucking cold-hearted you have to be to beat a person until the life leaves their body. Do you know how black-hearted you have to be to do some shit like that?
Hey, bro, that's why I said when this tape come out and it seems like there is some visual footage, some of y'all ain't gonna be able to stomach that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I feel you 100%, bro. You know what I mean? I've been in some fights myself. And I got knocked out myself too. So yeah, you know, we beat niggas half to death up there. You know what I'm saying? Word up.
Dude, hey, for real, I have a heart. For real, I cannot beat a person till they die. That, like I said, that's a process. You have to try to do some shit like that.
Word, bro. Word. Word's the word. And like I said, you know, for that judgment to come down so quick. They fired them, and now the DA talking about he want the tape. You feel what I'm saying? So they about to throw the book at these knackers. You know what I'm saying? And bury them under the jail, yo. Real shit.
And guess what? I won't go through one square Kleenex when they do. I won't cry one bit.
Word up at all. You know what I'm saying? At all. Donnell Jones. You know what I'm saying? Now. Not Donnell Jones. What's this brother's name? Carl Thomas. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was gonna let me get away with that too. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a DJ, damn it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all was gonna let me slide on that one. I had to catch myself.
They the same person to me.
Twins and shit. You know what I'm saying? Real rap, yo. You know what I mean? Twins, son. No lie. Alright, hold on a second. I'm gonna play some news for y'all. Give me a second. Hold it down. Whoever want to speak, y'all. Hold it down. Whoever want to come up here. And yeah, my phone about to die. I'll throw the shit on charge. Hold on, man.
I'm trying to get a little bit of a sound in here. Make my macaroni. Oh man. All right, I'm about to sign off to the YouTubers. What time is it? 2 a.m. It's a little early. Is there another story up in here? Yeah, I talked about that. I think I talked about everything. Hey, everybody. Oh, Miss Tata's up here. Yeah. I'm gonna try to recap some of the space for new people that showed up. What's up here in the Jumbotron? Oh yeah, so there was two spaces that we had. They're both up in here, and the one was the socialist, and then an anarchist came in that space later in that space. It's actually pretty interesting. I kind of lost my patience in the second half of that, and man, sometimes I can just kind of cut the mic and then just kind of keep it all into myself, but I kind of been dealing with that for, it feels like months, but for a couple of weeks, and I don't know, it just got to be a little bit too much for me to deal with, so I had to just step away. So this Ed Reed thing, we kind of did touch on this earlier, but so he put out a statement on Instagram, looks like basically stating that, after working on this contract for whatever, how many days, the college decided to go in a different direction. And I mean, this is like a professional statement. Probably had an attorney write it up, I guess. But the reality of the situation was he came in too hot. He was overly arrogant, kind of disrespectful. Like I said, I sat in a HBCU space with people from all over the country, a lot of these alumni, and they just didn't appreciate him coming in there essentially right after Deion Sanders left Jackson State University, and then they kind of knew that they know each other. They kind of been talking, because I think that was one of the comments he said, that Deion had told him, how bad it was or whatever. And so he kind of came in my opinion, with the wrong attitude and really not in the positive solution oriented mindset. He kind of came in looking for problems, found those problems, took it to social media, made it a huge thing, really all about himself. And then it's interesting because in that space, those people were like, man, they need to get rid of him. I don't think he's going to last, et cetera, et cetera. And especially once they were talking about he hadn't signed a contract yet, they were sounding like they were going to try to apply pressure to the college so that he would not ultimately have that position. So it's one of those things where you have dysfunction, but it's dysfunction not because people are dysfunctional, but you have dysfunction because these colleges are underfunded in a massive way. And they were saying how HBCU alumni give back more than typical white colleges based on percentages. However, they don't obviously have like the billionaire alumni that come back and give these huge endowments. So they say that they're not going to be able to fix their situation just based on alumni donations. There's just not enough. They don't have enough money to do that. And we know these governments, federal, state, etc., are essentially diverting funds away from these HBCUs. And so it just makes it a really difficult situation for the colleges, for the students, for even the staff. There were a few people who worked on in the administration on that space, but they all have this massive amount of pride, love for their school, love for the area they grew up in, and they just don't really appreciate these celebrity coaches coming in and kind of I guess pointing out some of the flaws in it, in the way that they're set up, the structure, whatever. Someone in that space said that he initially coming in said he had access to a billionaire, someone who had all this money. I don't know if it was an NFL owner or what, but he kind of used that as leverage to kind of say, hey, I'm tapped into this money source. If you guys hire me, I can kind of get them to sponsor or bring some funds to the college. And they may have just made the decision that it wasn't worth the hassle to deal with him and the kind of spotlight he was putting on things, so I think he just handled it like completely wrong, to be honest. That's my personal opinion. And kind of, I mean, there's part of it that's kind of unprofessional, but also kind of just like keep stuff in house. Thing about even on the pro level, they wanna do their best. The organizations that people look up to, that have this long tradition of winning, They keep stuff in house. They try not to go to the media with stuff because it destroys the locker room, it destroys the culture of the team, et cetera, et cetera. So, good luck to Ed Reed. He's likely to land somewhere else. Hopefully, this is like one of those learning lessons that he can take and learn from and not look at it as, become even more arrogant out of the situation. Because that certainly wouldn't be helpful. But you got it, Black Pressure.
As far as with Ed Reed, I'll say this: I'm in somewhat of agreement with you, Black Majority. I think he did come in too hot, but in contrast to that too, when is the right time to say, "Hey, this place is fucked up"? Dion said it. Dion wasn't the first one to say it, but Dion said it about Jackson State. Other people have said it about HBCUs. He's like, do you go visit the camp? Keeping it relative to athletics, you go visit the campus and you see these, the white institutions, and they say it's like, paradise versus a junkyard. And like I say, what's a good way to say, hey man, there are major problems at this school? But another issue, a lot of people don't know this, how white supremacy, what they do to the HBCUs. Deion Sanders brought this up too. Now, I will admit, I did not know this until Deion said this. The draft that went by when Deion got hired, he said no football players from HBCUs got drafted into the NFL. So you see what they do. You go to the football factors. You go to your Ohio States, or your USCs, your Florida States, Florida, Miami, Penn State, Michigan's, all the other big time air quotes football factories. The NFL, they pick who they want out of those institutions, and they say, okay, you top flight black players, if you try to go to a HBCU, you will not make it to the NFL. So all your black talent, they go to the white private institution. So it's layers to it. Definitely is layers to it, but I'll land my plane there.
Yeah, man, you that is so on point, because it's another system in which, like you said, they ensure that these HBCUs, these black colleges, don't get any opportunity. And so because the top athletes who feel very strong about their possibilities of getting to the bag, real bag, because even though that now these colleges have these name, image, and likeness deals, they can make some money. From what I understand, that's a very small percentage of athletes that are even getting that money. They got to be in the top tiers. And if the NFL scouts are not even looking at HBCU talent, you're going to be practice squad, trying to get onto a pro team, improve yourself. So it's a much harder path.
You're in the Matrix, bro.
God damn.
We're in the Matrix again.
Holy
shit. Try all in one your phone, bro.
All in one the phone. God damn, bro. Let me see if I can do a Twitter app update. Oh yeah, there we go. Do the update. What the fuck, bro? It's like, damn. This Twitter shit is, whew, my goodness, bro. They must have to keep doing updates for security or some shit, man. Oh man. Twitter be with the BSSS. True BS. Okay, here we go. I forgot what I was even saying at this point. Damn. Totally fucking forget. Holy shit, man.
Into the comment section crying about why does everything have to be about race? Put your glasses back on. Last night, Shannon Sharp was at the Lakers game against the Memphis Grizzlies, acting a whole fool, getting ready to fight Dylan Brooks, John Morant, and John Morant's father in front of millions of people on national television on ESPN. Now, before we get too deep into this brief commentary, let me read to you what Shannon Sharp had to say about the altercation via ESPN reporter Dave McMenamin. Shannon Sharp stated, "They didn't want this smoke, Dave. They do all that talking and jockeying, and I ain't about all that jockeying. It started with Dylan Brooks. I said he was too small to guard LeBron. He said, F me. I said, F you back. He started to come at me, and I said, you don't want these problems. And then Ja came out of nowhere talking. He definitely didn't want these problems. Then the dad came, and he obviously didn't want no problems. But I wanted anything they had. Don't let these fools fool you now. This is wildly shameful, and the reason for that is this. When Skip Bayless repeatedly disrespects Shannon Sharp on national television, put your glasses back on, talking to Shannon as if he's a little boy, buck breaking him for the world to see. This dried up, shriveled little raisin-looking man repeatedly buck broke this big old man that you see on your screen right now. When he disrespects you, all the excuses come out about why Shannon is unable to defend himself. He's under contract. He has to be professional at all times. He can't let anybody trick him out of position and lose millions of dollars, so on and so forth. The excuses are endless. In the name of professionalism, Shannon Sharp will tolerate all types of disrespect from Skip Bayless, and his fanboys will always come up with all the excuses in the world for why he has to. But do you see how when it comes to black men, now all of a sudden Shannon Sharp has zero tolerance for disrespect and is ready for all the smoke and wants all the problems. Now all of a sudden that professionalism that he has to maintain goes right out the window. Shannon was ready to lose it all on national television in front of millions of people because he just can't tolerate disrespect coming from other black men. But if it comes from someone that looks like Skip, now here comes the excuses. And before you come into the comment section crying about why does everything have to be about race, put your glasses back on. Had Shannon Sharp put hands on John Morant, the NBA would have put Shannon's head on a platter. FS1 would have put a statement out within the first 5 minutes of the altercation describing how they have officially severed ties with Shannon Sharp. And his sports commentary career would have been completely finished. You would have never seen Shannon Sharp in the mainstream ever again. Yet when it came to dealing with the alleged disrespect coming from Dylan Brooks, John Morant, and John Morant's father, he could have cared less about any of that because now all of a sudden his pride and integrity as a man is the only thing that matters in that moment. But let's be real. The only reason it mattered in that moment to Shannon Sharp is because he was dealing with other black men. But when it comes to dealing with Skip Bayless and those who look like him, now all of a sudden, it's time to keep it professional. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So please make sure you hit the subscribe button as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button so you'll be notified whenever I release a new video. All social media links will be pinned in the comment section below. And also, please make sure you text TD Hip Hop to number 33222. That's TD Hip Hop to number 33222.
Yeah, man. Well, Shay in the building, son. You don't want that smoke, Black Passion, you know what I'm saying? You don't want the smoke, Black Majority, you know what I'm saying? You don't want this smoke, Tata, you know what I mean? I told all three of them, you know what I mean? Word up, my bad. Not even to switch the subject for the night, yo. Wow. So Shay, big broken hearts and shit, you know what I mean?
Hey, I say this about Shannon. Whoever that guy was speaking, absolute truth. He told the absolute truth. But coming from a fellow weightlifter, dude, Shannon Sharp is a monster on the iron. I've watched his workout tapes on YouTube. That shit ain't for no beginners. The kind of work, the kind of weight that he can push off his chest. I'm going to say this, the average, I don't think anybody in the NBA is as strong as him. I'm not saying there's nobody, but even if Shannon Sharp couldn't fight, the kind of iron he can push, if he gets his hands on you, shame on you. Like I say, even if he can't box, he like fight with his hands. If he touch you, it's game. Yeah, it's game over. Yeah.
You get choked out, you know what I'm saying? Automatically, yo, know what I mean? Put to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Dylan Brooks. Fuck you, Shay. Fuck you, nigga. Word up, Dylan, man. Hey, man, you too small to guard the king, yo. Shay was right, though, on that one.
And I think Shannon Sharp is playing up for the camera. Man, to be honest, you arguing with some children. That man 50-something years old. Them kids out there 25, 20. Come on, man. Come on.
Oh, man, yeah. When the next close Shay shit coming on the screen, too, yo. Word, to get the real recap and shit, know what I mean? But yeah, that was homie TD Hip Hop that was speaking on the voice box right here. What the hell? Hold on a minute. Let me mute my mic for a second. Look at this video. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Do you back, Black Majority?
Yep. I'm up. I'm about to shut down the YouTube.
For sure. Yeah, my motherfucking Giants took an L and shit. Sorry ass.
Have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping in. We'll be back next weekend, next Saturday, roughly 9 p.m. And you know, definitely comment, like, subscribe.
Somebody got your boy in the same boat, man.
Appreciate it.
Scam Bo out of $2 million and shit, you know what I mean?
What's that noise?